If you're talking about like properties that are important for adventurers to make them strong, you want the biggest creature possible, and multiples of the dinosaurs are significantly larger for their animal people variants than the elephant man and the rhino man and the saltwater crocodile man, which were the previous biggest ones / strongest ones. There should be fossils. You want a necromancer to resurrect them. That's something I've wish casted into existence as well, so we'll see. We'll see. Just allow vision through smoke. There is one reason why you don't want that, Jam Jalopy, and that is, have you ever seen dwarves just like walk right up to fire and catch on fire? Like when like grass is on fire and stuff? That's why. It's because if there isn't smoke, or if the smoke is dissipating fast enough, dwarves have like no personal safety logic. So there would need to be more than just that changed, I guess. Jam Jalopy. I mean, my most common death in adventure mode is riding flying mounts, AK Vanguard, who says, I think Blind has the right opinion on mounts. They're just too easy to spook in adventure mode. Several times you've been uncontrollably pulled away from combat. Yeah, well, like I said, the most number of deaths I've had in adventure mode is riding a flying mount. And they just decide to, woo! Do you mean Putnam, not Putin? I'm very confused by that statement. Okay. To look into the smoke thing, smoke doesn't affect vision or pathing. Smoke doesn't cause lag. It's when a dwarf tries to path through smoke that it's bring. So, like, smoke, the issue with smoke is very similar to the way cats and locked doors used to work before they removed tightly closed versus not tightly closed and just made it locked. If there's only one entrance in and out of caverns, because this is usually where it happens, and there's a fire in front of your exit, your frame rate will go to 0 because your dwarves are trying to path through, but they can't because it's not blocking it, but they can't get through it, and they know that, so they stop. And that breaks your frame rate in some cases. If you had 2 exits to your caverns, then they could just use the other exit and it'd be fine. So it's one of those, like, if they get into your center stairwell, there's a bunch of burning clothing. Smoke will wreck it. I'm sure it's something that Putnam's aware of because it's like a pretty common issue. I don't know. It's the reason that I'm very apprehensive about wizards for one reason, and that's I cast Fireball is like the equivalent of saying I cast game stop. I cast pause time isn't exactly what you want, you know? It's all good, Kage. I figured it out. Hardest thing for you Blind is the clothing industry, making old clothes go away. You do know that in the last update, they made it so that clothes degrade significantly slower. The only time you are going to get clothes degrading now is if there's fights, because like dwarves grab each other and punching each other and scratching each other damages the clothing. But dwarves will just take new clothes if they need new clothing. Like, it's actually very intuitive, unless their hands don't work, and that's a bigger problem, and a different problem. So, like, if you just have new clothes available, they will put on new clothing. If they have somewhere to put their old clothes, they'll put them away. If the clothes belong to a dwarf, they won't put them away if they don't have anywhere to put them, and they won't put them into a stockpile because they want to put them away. So if they have a bedroom and you put a cabinet in their bedroom, they'll put their clothes in their cabinet in their bedroom, and then you won't see them because they can put up to 156 pieces in there. I don't know the exact numbers on the clothing now because it has changed since the degrading time went down by a lot. It used to be like dwarves needed a new set of clothing every other year. As far as I can tell, they're fine after like 4 or 5 years, unless they're getting into fist fights constantly. So if dwarves are constantly punching each other, then you need to be making more clothes and you need to have more storage for clothes. As far as stuff just like being left around, if it's left around for, I think it's a season, it stops being owned by anybody, and then you can just sell it or put it into a refuse stockpile. Like it's one of those things where it's like it's maybe not intuitive, but I don't think it's complicated necessarily. It's just you need a refuse stockpile. Like it goes into the trash stockpile, like automatically, or you can like specify them specifically for used clothing. Because only damaged items will go into a refuse stockpile. Summon globs or molten rock. Like I said, like for me, what I would do if I was designing this game is I would just make it so that if you have some sort of fire magic burns a target, doesn't spread, and doesn't cause smoke. That's just what I would do. Or like maybe like make fire magic just be like a heating magic, so like it just makes the enemies melt instead of catch fire. Stuff like that. Like there's other things I think that you could do to have a similar effect that would look similarly, but like asterisk isn't flame, you know? So don't worry about dwarves. So I have a question. When it says acquire object, is it red or is it yellow? Because red, you need to worry about that. Yellow, like I have a question. You as a person, do you sometimes just go, man, I really want an ice cream cone. I'll be okay. You ever think that to yourself? Or man, I really want to go out and get a new set of shoes, but these ones are fine. That's like a yellow need for Dwarf Fortress, or a white need, where it's like, I kind of need this, but I'll be okay. If it's red, that's a problem and you need to worry about it. I think the issue with the needs screen is it doesn't like fully tell you that this is an issue and this isn't an issue. Like, I will always want to eat a good meal. You know, like I could absolutely go to the ramen shop up the street and eat fucking good ass miso ramen 3 days a week. 5 days a week. 7 days a week? Twice a day. 7 days a week. I could do that. That would be amazing. I would be very happy. I could eat cookies every single day. And some dwarves really like good food and will always want to eat a good meal. And they'll always have that white need there. But if that white need is there, if it's white, they've satisfied it. But all it being there means is that they will get a happier thought than a dwarf that doesn't have that. When it's yellow, they kind of want it, but they'll be okay without it. When it's red, they need it, and they're getting distracted because they haven't had it in so long. Like, the game doesn't communicate that very well, and I feel like they could communicate it with tooltips, but, like, if a dwarf has a white need, you don't need to worry about it. If a dwarf has a yellow need, you kind of need to worry about it, but they'll be okay. If they have a red need, you need to worry about it. And even then, you don't need to worry about it. Then clip it, please, McPaw. No, you clip it. You don't exclamation point clip it. You go to the clip button, you tap that, and you make a clip. But, like, that is what that is, you know? Is building siege defenses something you should prioritize? If you want to defend against sieges, yeah. Good luck, AK Vanguard. Sorry, AK Vanguard says, I got to learn enough coding so that I could try to make a mod that encourages your dwarves to take minecarts as public transportation, and not only do so because it is a job. I would be willing to bet more than $1 that with the current state of the game, that isn't possible. Like $2.15. White is, that is a need that they will have in the future. Yellow is, that is a need that you might need to worry about soon, that might start bothering them soon. Red need is a need that you need to worry about, if you care for that dwarf. $2, cash, pickup only. Local pickup only. There you go. I will give a 20 to somebody if they can do that. How do you satisfy the weird needs with time, like family or uphold traditions? Those are goals, right? Cyrus Palmer? Those aren't needs. Goals, which are in a dwarf's personality thing, will just make them happier by default if they satisfy a goal, and will also make it impossible for them to go insane. So, like, you know when a dwarf tries to make an artifact? When a dwarf tries to make an artifact, they will go and claim a workshop, and then if they don't get the items, they'll go melancholic, right? That's going insane. Dwarves can go insane by either failing an artifact or getting too depressed. If they achieve their life goal, which is like mastering a skill, ruling the world, raising a family, falling in love, any of those, if that's achieved, they can't go fully insane and can always be pulled back. That's what that means. How do you satisfy those? One, you, the player, don't need to worry about that, really, unless you're focusing on one particular dwarf. And some of them are really difficult to satisfy. Yeah. Oh, wait, you said time with family. Sorry, pull that back. I was talking about the wrong thing. That's on me. Time with family. So in order to satisfy time with family, they need to be around family. And how do you satisfy that as the player? You don't. You expel them if you want them to be able to satisfy that. Some dwarves are broken. Like, Dwarf Fortress is a very wide game, right? The point of Dwarf Fortress isn't to micro every single dwarf. And if you try to play it that way, you will drive yourself insane. Some dwarves are just going to be broken characters that are imperfect and impossible to completely satisfy, especially in the current state of the game. And that's okay. Dwarf Fortress is supposed to be a story with characters, some happy, some sad, some upset, some depressed, some victorious and glorious, some satisfied with their lives, and some broken and sad. And that, I think, is what makes this game cool, because RimWorld is a game, and I hate this, but that I'm doing this again, but here we go. RimWorld is a game that punishes you for not optimizing everything perfectly. Dwarf Fortress is a game that gives you more interesting outcomes if you don't optimize everything. You couldn't figure out why your last dwarf adventurer couldn't wield his warhammer? Did he have something in his hand? Almost always it's because there's something in your hand. If you hit P on the keyboard, you can see what's in your hands and put them away. Like, there's times when, like, I've been like, why can't I equip my thing? And then I realized that I've got a rock in my hand or something. So, like, I feel like a lot of people go into Dwarf Fortress with the standard colony sim mindset, which is micromanage, perfect, no negative moods, no negative thoughts, no idlers, 100% optimization. If you do that in Dwarf Fortress, you will have a horrible time. Because one, the game will drive you crazy. And maybe you could do that with like 20 dwarves, but even then you still need to not do that, because some dwarves just want to wander, which is like not work. Is literally like, if a dwarf just wants to wander, it means they want to go outside. It means they want to wander from meeting zone to meeting zone to meeting zone and not do a craft or a job. Like, if a dwarf wants to think abstractly, they just want to go hang out in a library and talk about bullshit. Yeah, and we're still fighting it. Blackfire Gaming. Since I was thinking about buying the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress, do you have some kind of referral link? No. Just go buy it. If you want to support me, I don't know, just leave a like on my YouTube videos. Or buy a mug in the future. I'm not really one to take money from a developer or a publisher's cut. It's all good. You do you, man. Yep, Steam Summer Sale, Bismuth. I was putting names on things. Putting names on things that you remember. That are meaningful to you, right? I hate that I have to reiterate constantly that Dwarf Fortress is a very unique game. Like, it's one of the reasons I've played so much of it and not other games. Why am I... Oh, hold on. Somebody I know just texted me. Not sure if you're familiar with Necrogoblicon, but they're playing at venue close by in October. I'll respond to that later. I'm not gonna lie. Metroid John in YouTube chat, who's saying that they got the secret lair cards for Dwarf Fort. I really like the box. Like, I don't have it because I don't play Magic, so I don't have that much, like, emotional connection to the concept, but, like, that's a really cool looking box, dude. Necrogoblicon is a good band, yes. If you've never heard of Necrogoblicon, they are like a deathcore band, except one of them is really short and dresses up like a goblin. It's Necrogoblicon. They're very much a gimmick band, but they're a goofball gimmick band that I kind of respect because of it. All right, so this is a suicidal fort. That's the first thing I'm going to say. The dwarves are not going to be happy here. It's going to be a struggle. My idea is to kind of make it not last very long so I could make a video out of it, ideally. Their music is very much not for everybody, but, like, they're fun. I'll put it that way. Very similar to Lordy, which is a reference I'm sure everybody here knows and remembers and recognizes. I mean, if it's just a wild animal and it doesn't attack you, it might be passive. Try and catch it in a cage if you can. Thanks, Nickpaw. I do actually appreciate you clipping those because I can put markers into my chat, but then I have to remember to go back. Hold up. I'm actually getting a phone call I need to respond to. What the hell's happening? I ordered some things on eBay last week, and I just received a phone call from Canada Post trying to confirm my unit number. Somebody forgot to put my unit number for my building on one of the packages. Cool. And that's got to be one of them because of where it's coming from. Anyway, so the fuck was I talking about? I'm going to try and get back on topic. Okay, so for the fortress, the named dwarves in the fort currently are Cassie, Darius, Frosty Noodle, Fulgur, Moreb, Monkvo, Ruby, Silas, and that's it. For dead, we do actually have some dead dwarves. Where did I put those coffins? Yeah, there they are. We've got Jay, who passed away, and Mulmaz, who passed away, one of my diagnosers. We do have this kind of flooded area. We're making metal ore into iron bars down here. And kind of the goal of this fort is we are in the middle of this mess. We're right here. I've made contact with a couple of different elven factions, as well as some humans. I'm going to try and import dinos, figure out who has dinos, and then attack people who have dinos. My intended goal is to do dwarves versus dinosaurs. That's what I want to do. So I need to figure out who has dinosaurs by trading with them and seeing what they bring, with the ideal goal of fighting people with dinosaurs. So many towers. Yeah, we're also in range of a tower. Currently, I've got these, which aren't very threatening because it's mostly just wood, but there's something. And on top of that, this is an Untamed Wilds map, which means we're getting agitated animals. Mostly they've been giant birds, but there are agitated animals. I should also note that we have a named dog as well, which is Argo, I think. Did I not name Argo? I thought I did. Or maybe it literally hasn't kicked in yet. Because I haven't unpaused the game yet. Yeah. Well, I'll do that. So, this fortress is above ground, which means we're getting attacked by Untamed Wilds. And I'm putting dwarves up here in these very small roommate-style bedrooms, which suck. I wouldn't want to sleep in those, but it is what it is. And we have 3 little offices in one room. We're building this little wooden tower structure thing. and I'm trying to make this defendable. It's going to be a pain. My military is all crossbows so far, and there's currently agitated ravens on the map. We have had some of the prehistoric creatures wander in. I think 3 is kind of the different ones that we've seen. Saw giant millipedes and a bunch of vermin, and I'm hoping for more. We've also managed to get some milk from weird creatures as well, and that's the kind of fort as it currently sits. I need to name green tea a beardless dwarf named Dino Tea. Dino Tea Ball! Do you have any preference? Just select somebody, actually. The expedition leader's available. We've got Tekid the miner. We've got that gem setter. We've got Eurus the glassmaker. We got the carpenter. Pick somebody. Let me know. You're really amused by this update? Hell yeah. Are elves dinosaurs? I think most of the people who play this game are dinosaurs. Elves can have dinosaurs, if that's what you're asking. You want the expedition leader? Okay. Dino T is interested in facts and the real world and is consumed by overpowering feelings of jealousy. She is a perfectionist and often feels lustful. She has an active sense of humor and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She likes to take it easy, and she is stubborn, and she is very humble. She has a greedy streak, and she tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She can handle stress and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, grumbles mildly at shite weather, though, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. You want a sentient dino sage wizard that can talk? I mean, there's dino people. So you could have, like, theoretically, in the future, you could have a wizard who is a brontosaurus man. She personally sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, finds introspection to be a waste of time, and doesn't care about nature one way or another, and likes saltpeter and bismuth as well as bronze and banded agate as well as carambola wood, alpaca wool, bolts and backpacks, and giant gray squirrels for their tails. The words of the tulip of pantomiming, and when possible prefers to consume banana beer and maize flour and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. You worship Titan no Kim, and you have a pet war elephant. Yeah. And you are a member of the turquoise denomination. And Datan is one of 2 more popular gods. Earth and caverns. The other one is death and murder, which is Rakust. And this fortress is still very young. So, let's get in. Same, Freighter Antis. Same. I'm really looking forward to / hoping that magic stuff just kind of ties together a lot of these updates that we've had so far this year. That would be really cool. It is kind of my big hope. Just doing these one at a time because there isn't many left. There we go. Just trying to get all these blocks in. How old is the world? 301 years old. It started at year 300. We are also doing visitors because I'm kind of hoping we'll get like some like visitors that are useful or are dinosaur people, but I haven't gotten any of those yet. It's just been, you know, random mercenaries mostly, which is kind of cool. Like, nothing against that. Mercenaries, some criminals. The Unions of Glaze. We did get a migrant wave relatively recently, so I should butcher critters I don't want, such as you. Or maybe you. And you. Yeah, no, animal people having equipment sprites is actually kind of huge. No, Gandalf is the T-Rex. Come on. Come on. Survivor-ny. Do we now have something that can defeat the undead whale? I think we might have things that are bigger than the whale. Also, an ad break is about to start, so I will just kind of chill out for a second here until the ads are done. Pause the game until they're finished. Curious if that's going to collapse when it goes up. I'm still figuring out how to build on top of trees without breaking shit. Okay, cool. A bunch of beans and rice, and to steal to luck to the two. Your Friday's going well. How you doing? I'm doing all right. Random statement. I have some limited edition merch on the merch store, which will somewhat be going away at the end of the month. The thing that's going to be going away is the windbreaker. So if you would like a chance to get that and the sticker, those are going to be going away at the end of the month. I'll probably bring them back in the future though. And if you are on Twitch right now, there's currently a sale on gift subs, apparently. I didn't know this was happening, so surprise, I guess. That's all. I haven't looked to see what's bigger, a megalodon or a giant whale. The megalodon looks really cool, though.
Fort's Magic Man.
You like my funny Fort's Magic Man? I'm magic? Hold on. I'm just going to spin my fan so I get a little bit of moving air. It's not like it's hot today, but I just want a breeze. It's pleasant. Chat, can I get a round of beers for point of view? 3 months with tier 1. Cheers, dude. Okay, how many extra bedrooms do I need? I need a good few. Okay, so let's do rock door and beds. What do I have for rock? Let's just do conglomerate. That's fine. That's fine. Up here as well, I need to go in here and get this walled off up top. Oh, hell yeah. Caves of Cud is a great one. I've been recommending this a lot just because there's a Steam sale happening. But if you like Caves of Cud, go play Cogmind. And if you've never heard of Cogmind, you're welcome. Now you have. I don't think there's giant variations of the dinos. Not that they need them. But there is the animal people variants. Someone was asking if there's were creature variants. I haven't seen that. Although I haven't looked at the raws to find out. Holy shit, that's a big performance troop. What? The fuck is that? And why are you here? I'm going to reiterate what I just said. I don't think there's giant variants of dinosaurs because I would have seen them yesterday. And dinosaurs I don't think there's giant variants of any of the new animals. I don't think. How? What is that? So there's a thrall on my map, a plague thrall, who's opposed to life. Opposed to life are like the people from, like in the worst map of Dwarf Fortress history, like the things that get rained on or like touch the weird fog in evil biomes that just become murder beasts. But there isn't evil weather there. We're not even like that close to an evil biome. Where's the nearest one? We're here, so like I guess it could be the Fair Forest over here, or maybe this one. Like yeah, we're kind of close, but not that close. I'm scared shitless of this thing. They're probably just going to kill it. It's fine, it values self-control. Sure, you can say that. Yeah, no, the dwarves are fighting with it, so it's gonna try and convert us. I'm just gonna tell them to kill it if they can. Because these things are ridiculously strong. But there we go. That's wild. I don't think I've ever seen one of those just randomly walk into a map. Like, that's like not something that happens. And the scary thing about them is like, they can snowball. Yeah, it can be contagious. So, you know, chat, I'm gonna assume you know a little bit about zombie fiction for a second here. You know how there's like the zombies in like The Walking Dead where they're kind of shambling and pretty slow, and then there's zombies in like Shaun of the Dead where they're shambling and pretty slow, and then like there's the zombies in 28 Days Later where they're just like sprinting at you at full speed to just like rip your face off. That's what those are. So it's like the difference, and like they're not quite like the intelligent undead. They're almost worse in some ways because they can spread. So like if they bite you, they can convert you to one. But I think that they just came in as part of this like performance group. Which is interesting. Wild. Legends mode has not been up since the diplomacy update, and I've been asking people if anybody wants to update it or help me update it, and nobody has. So it is not up. Will not be up for the foreseeable future until somebody updates it. I would really like it to be up, but I don't have the way to do that at the moment. But if someone's a programmer and wants to fork it, then I could work on that again. What exactly needs to be updated? I've explained this a quintillion times. So Legends changed when the diplomacy update came out, and I can no longer load data in the older version. So it needs to be forked from Legends mode, Legends viewer in the other variant, and then ported to the one that Rogue Phoenix is running, because I haven't been able to get in contact with Rogue Phoenix, who made the version of Legends viewer that I have been using, which runs headless. Go figure it out. I don't know. But it doesn't work no more, and it needs an update. There's like 400 something changes. But there's two versions of Legends Viewer. There's one which is run by somebody named Rogue Phoenix, and then there's one run by, his name starts with a K. The one with the name starts with the K, Chromatalk, I think, is the original, which doesn't run headless. And it needs the changes made to the original forked into the one that Rogue Phoenix made. It's all on GitHub. I don't know. You can make a new fork of it or whatever. It doesn't actually matter, but it needs to be updated. I'm not a programmer, so I can't. I mean, I could sit down and learn it, but it's just not a priority for me. There's a large rat. That's new. Goblin Monster Slayer. You don't seem very effective. I mean, you're completely unarmed. Oh, never mind. Holy shit, you have an artifact hammer? Well, that's kind of cool. Old man, apparently, has gifted a set of 2 Crypt coffee mugs. If you would like a chance to win a Crypt, or no, not Crypt coffee mugs, Windbreakers, the big fancy ones. Jesus. Okay, sorry, I misread that. There you go, Zortos, you found it. If you would like a chance to win one of these, type an exclamation point, enter. Holy shit, thank you. It means a lot, dude. The 28 days laters are beasts? Yes, absolutely. You've had a few clouds slit on your lands. Any clue what that's coming from? If you're on a terrifying biome, it's coming from your map. And I will say this about those jackets. My sample one that I got for myself has become my biking jacket. Like, it's a very nice little biking jacket. Very happy with it. It's pulling first-time chatters. It's pulling the long-time lurkers is what that means. Okay, these are getting done. I need to, like, keep an eye out now for people that are opposed to life. There's also Lord Consorts. Well, that's neat. These are, like, whole mercenary troops that are showing up. You know, I'm really starting to suspect... I know it's just been a while since I've, like, had a lot of public visitors. I'm wondering if they've rebalanced something. That or this world is just wild. Because I could not tell you the last time I had groups this big of just mercenaries showing up as visitors. Like, every time I've had any kind of public visitors, they've always just been, like, thieves. No. 2 people won them. I don't know why it, like, does that sometimes, where it, like, puts out an announcement and only names one of them. But Carbohydrates won the first one, and Cygenus won the second one. So Carbohydrates, if you click on that link, same with you, Cy, you can then link your Twitch account and grab yourself one of those cool-ass jackets. Cheers, man. You're out here felling trees. Uh-oh. Something just got toppled. We're fighting with something as well. Fucking what? Nope, misread the human plague thrall. So then why did... Oh, I see, because you're done. That's why. But thank you very much. Broadleaf Forest got a few Brontosauruses you're trying to trap? Hell yeah. Maybe it's because this fort is close to the surface? Maybe. I mean, it might just be this world, but like... Which is why I'm like, this is entirely possible that nothing has changed. I need to, like, clarify that, I guess. But, I don't know. There's a few things that I've seen that are, like, noticeably different so far since previous version. The first one is World Gen just took a lot longer. Which isn't, like, a bad thing or anything. It just means there's more that World Gen is doing, which is exciting, potentially. Probably just because of the increase of animals, right? So World Gen was noticeably slower. And then the other thing that I've noticed is just, like, there's a lot more, like, visitors in styles of visitors that I haven't seen in a very long time. I've played forts that are close to other forts and had public visitors enabled and literally only gotten undead visitors that are thieves. These are all mercenaries. Like, these are all mercenaries. There's a monster slayer and then poets. Like, I don't think I've seen visitors like this since before the villains update. Any dino stakes yet? I have not caught or killed any dinos yet. Something collapsed on the surface. Did I fuck up? Where'd it go? Oh, tree. And a dwarf's dead. Yay. Cassie, no! Okay, Cassie's fine. Cassie's moving. But Coolette got splatted. Did I make 3 of these? Yes, I did. I made 4. I'll actually plop down 2. I mean, maybe it's just like I've had weird luck with worlds for a very long time, but I don't know. I have merch, and I also have a blog, which is blindirl.com. I wonder if it's really just more creatures. It probably is just more creatures. That's kind of what I figured, like, Kage, is that it would, like, animal density would be similar. I wonder if animal densities were increased. It's a really nice windbreaker, dude. Let me tell you. You were checking raw files on a large portion of the dinosaurs are found in temperate biomes and badlands? Interesting. Well, this is a... I mean, they're what? Cold? They're lizards, right? I mean, this is a temperate forest. And then I would presume that, like, mammoths and stuff are probably, like, tundra, right? No, it's not replacing animals. It's adding in more possible varieties. Spites, right? Like, if anybody's going into this update expecting there to just be dinosaurs everywhere, that's, like I said earlier today, it's kind of like settling on the ocean and expecting to see 45 different whales. Like, it's still Dwarf Fortress, and animals are still going to have their, built-in rarity. And you're still going to have creatures that are difficult to find. Which means that, how do I word this? You're still going to have creatures that are difficult to find, and you're still going to have to go out of your way to find certain types of creatures. Oh, no, certainly. I mean, like, if you want to mod the game for them to be common, like, that would be very easy. But, like, you know, it's sort of like when people are just like, Blind, when are you going to do a fortress when you catch whales? It's like, well, I've done 3 different ocean forts in the last year that theoretically could have found whales and never found one. You know, like... I only found giant killer whales once. The magical badlands you were in yesterday was just full of ostriches and giant cardinals? Yeah, which is why my focus here is, like, I'm trying to irritate factions that I think are going to have dinosaurs and go to war with them. That's why that's what I'm doing, instead of, like... trying to like find them myself, because like the odds that I find them myself are pretty unlikely. No, I didn't. I found like while I was doing test embarks, I found a giant sperm whale and I teleported it onto land and butchered it. So I cheated, I just wanted to know how much meat it had. So I guess I've seen one once, but not, like, legitimately. No, absolutely. A dwarf had to carry it, of course. But that's just semantics. That doesn't really matter at this point. So Thenny would like to hang out here for the purpose of eradicating monsters. Human bowman. What do you think, chat? Should I let this human join for the purpose of eradicating monsters? I'm kind of leaning no. Just because he's a bowman. This is Dwarf Fortress, not real life. I have no idea about real life. And in Dwarf Fortress, it's just meat. Punch elves. Oh, actually, as far as dead whales go, there was a few killer whales that got washed on the beach. There was a few beached whales that we consumed. Turok used a bow. I'm gonna say no because I can't make arrows. So he's just gonna end up whacking people with his bow, and he's just gonna die. If he used a melee weapon, sure, but Operation Human Dead, what is actually what would happen? Why can't you make arrows? Dwarves have never been able to make arrows in Dwarf Fortress. It's the reason they used to not be able to wield bows. Oops. It's the reason they used to never be able to wield bows, is because bows required arrows and dwarves could never make arrows. It's a human weapon. It's the same reason they can't make whips. It's the reason that, like, whenever people are like, oh, I need archers, it's like, no, you don't. You need crossbow dwarves. Don't say archers, because then people will think you can make, like, arrows, which you can't. Dimitrodon's in a mysterious lair. Oh, that's dope. Human weapon, elven weapon, same diff. If a mercenary asks to join, sort of like how I just denied that that monster slayer, they can be added to squads. I think monster slayers can be added to squads too. Whereas, like, if a performer asks to join, they can't be added to a squad unless they fully join the faction, which they won't do for like a year. So that's what they do right now. Supposedly, I'm not going to say when because I don't know, but Tarn has said that he wants it so that dwarves that join, or that as part of the siege update cycle, which is kind of like part of the magic update cycle now, we are supposed to be able to utilize mercenaries from Helixes somehow, but I have no idea how that's going to work. That's not in the game yet. Did make some T-Rex soap yet. It's just as likely that I would have made T-Rex soap at this point as I would have made Mako shark soap. I have not seen a T-Rex in game yet. This is still Dwarf Fortress, and animals are difficult to track down and very rare. But I'm hoping to go to war with factions that have access to dinos. I mean, that was a human, not an elf, but yes. Not Blackfire. Can we have flaming bolts? No. Not in the current game. I've tried. Basically everything you're going to suggest, I've tried. That elephant just killed a giant dragonfly. That's fucking funny. Chief Medical Dwarf? Yuppers. I just thought, yeah, I just saw it in Squelch. Wonder, yeah, it's like, is it a, well, it would probably taste like, I want to say chicken iguana. I'm like, what is a giant lizard that you could eat right now? Probably like gator, maybe? Does gator taste like chicken? Anyway, she is stingy with resources when working on projects. This is her chief medical dwarf, now named Romanoid. She refuses to expend any extra effort, and she is very slow and eager to, she's very slow and to anger. She rarely feels discouraged, and wow, hold up. My eyes are being fucky. She rarely feels discouraged, and she thinks that she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and she does not often feel lustful. She tries to keep her things orderly, and she lives a fast-paced life. And she often feels envious of others, and she has an active sense of humor. She's a friendly individual, and she often acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and can handle stress, and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She drums her fingers when she's thinking, and when she's thinking, her body becomes very still. She often greets others with a hug and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is getting used to tragedy. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and sees competition as reasonably important and values sacrifice. She likes brimstone, steel zircon, the color aquamarine, ballista arrows, and dark creatures for their macabre ways. That's cool. And the words of the gravel of aquamarine and the sound of the tulip of pantomiming, and when possible prefers to consume rhubarbs and tuber beer and rocknut oil and walnuts and pomegranates, and absolutely hates rats. She has a recessed chin. Her hair is dry. Her very long hair is arranged in double braids. Her slightly upturned nose is quite long, and she has a clear voice. Her slightly thin irised upper eyes are slightly rounded, and her head is somewhat narrow. Her hair is auburn, and her skin is pale chestnut. Correct, Shinobi. Dude, T-Rex ribs would be like the size of, like, you know those like novelty Subway sandwiches that are like 100 feet long? That's same vibe. She wants to be with family and friends. She has no family nor friends. Hopefully you make some friends. You worship Kikros, which is the god of fortresses. Interesting. It's a new one. I'm putting these cabinets in because these dwarves are getting to split a lot of very small bedrooms in these. So this will allow them to put their clothes away if they have any. Let's also expand the tavern a good bit. Probably. Romanoid, probably. This human maceman has 4 lovers. I'm concerned about the fact that that one thrall showed up, though. Alligator tastes similar to chicken. It also has the most proteins per gram of any commercial meat. Well, okay. Okay, then. So we've just got these agitated ravens that are just vibing on the map around. You can get deconstructed. You I can leave there. You I can leave there. You can get deconstructed pretty soon, I think. I need to... actually, no. I can get rid of this. I can get rid of you. Because I got this one. Let's make a kitchen. What if... I did this. But that's going to be in the aquifer. So I need to go... okay. I just don't want to be directly underneath this. Because being directly underneath a puddle is bad. It's like... a safety liability is the issue. Let's do that. It'll be fine. These crazy prehistoric millipedes. I've seen 2 of those. And a bunch of vermin. Aside from that, it's mostly been birds. Enough for me to ban you if you talk about it more than one sentence, Jack Knox. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers? I don't want to see what Jack Knox said. Please and thank you. I just don't want to have that discussion in my chat. That's all. Come on, we can do better than that, chat. I'll just use it to push the thing away. Get in there. So how many bars do I have at the moment? 136. How well armed are you? Greaves, gauntlets, breastplates. $62, that's plenty. Plenty. Although I will make 100 charcoal. It's been a few months since the last one you saw on here. Well, cheers, dude. It's good to see ya. Caravan from dwarves, presumably, have arrived. Yep, there they are. I need to kill these ravens if I want to have more things show up on the map, so let's try and kill these ravens. Oh, it's fine to farm above ground. How do you deal with aquifers? You dig through them. It's literally my most viewed quick tutorial. So I would watch my video on how to deal with them. They're very straightforward to deal with. The thing that I think trips people up is there's kind of a motion that you have to do to dig through them. And don't settle on heavy aquifers. That's my only actual advice. But genuinely, like, they're not difficult to deal with. You just have to... kind of get the digging pattern somewhat correct. Or just dig through them really quickly. But I would just watch my tutorial and follow it. Can I please talk at 1.5x speed? No. Especially considering I think the biggest complaint I get about my stuff is just I talk too fast. Just killing these ravens. Which will trigger more untamed wilds animals, but... This isn't TikTok, and I don't make brain rot content. So, yeah, it's bad, and I don't like it, I don't watch it, and I don't make it. There's a god? Well, that's news to me. Midwinter? That's the craziest thing that's been said today. So, I'm going to make a command pretty soon if people keep asking about any dinos yet. Do I need to make a command for this? Because if you've ever played this video game and tried to find one specific animal, you'll know why my answer is no to almost every time you ask that question. Keep shooting, dwarves. Okay. There's 2 left. Thank Armakia. Armork. I read that. Armorok. That kind of works. I don't know. Get your hunters to kill ravens or anything like that? Don't use hunters if you want to kill specific things. Hunters are like passive behind the scenes, will sometimes go out and do stuff for you. These are Mark's dwarves. So, also you need to make sure that they have ammo and also have access to quivers. Usually if they're not killing stuff, they've just run out of ammo. I have no idea what that is, Shinobi. This is DF hack money. Oh crap, you do not use DF hack. This is the most shocking thing in the fucking planet to you, apparently. I just don't use the overlays and I have all of the autos disabled because I don't need them. I think the game being automated by itself is not
Thank you
fun.
for the endless DF fun and for your astute takes on random stuff.
Cheers, mate.
Always a pleasure watching and listening.
Good, Charles. Thank you very much for the 22 months. Appreciate you, dude. There we go. They got it. Okay. So now that all that's done, I'm actually going to go over here to the middle and just make this into a little barracks. Just let them train melee dodging and such. And armor wearing. What the fuck is that? Well, Mega Ceracrops. Bye. Retired musician whose music was notably in The Exorcist. Oh, well, I've heard his music then. There's much to share. Information's been added to Civilization and World Info. I don't know what to ask for. Bring me dodo meat. Yeah. They need crowns. Okay. We'll remember that for next year. What do you want? Entertaining visitors? No. Dane, what are you? No. I'm just going to keep saying no until I get soldiers, basically. You've grown attached to an iron shield. That's cool. Thankfully, these aren't agitated. Chat, I'm going to go check my blood sugar because my Dexcom stopped working this morning. 2 seconds. All right. Blood sugar's low, apparently. That explains it. Crowbar rhinos. Yeah, kind of looks like it, hey? These are a completely new one for me. Well, good thing they're not agitated because they look mean. Let's see if I put the dwarves inside. They seem dangerous. They seem big, which, yeah, that usually equals dangerous. I'm hoping they get caught. That's what I'm hoping. But if I lock all my dwarves inside and I close this, I think I just crushed a kitten. Oops. We also just murked a Kia. What the hell is that? I'm assuming fox squirrels have been around for a while, but that... What in the Looney Tunes? Come on, you. Come on. Oh well. I'm sure I'll have a chance at some point. I should go trade with these dudes. I'm going to bring...
Patches out. Seems good.
Patches out? Yep, big fan too. I am big fan. Let's just do gems. They're not great value-wise, but we'll just see what they have. Swedish, thank you very much for the 40 months. Maybe I'm desensitized, but we had, what, 40... hold up. I'm going to scroll down here. We had 35, 22, 39, 75, and 21 today so far. As far as months. Yesterday we had a 90. 40 months is like the median. I found weird rhinos, that's for sure. Hairless mammal with a forked horn. Just need Fulgur to wake up. I mean, that requires 40 beers is how I read that. It's all good, Swedish. Thank you very much for the ongoing support. You're very kind, dude. Sub is a sub. Doesn't matter how many months. I don't think so, Stylen. That's just fanciful stuff that's locked to the good and evil biomes. As far as I know. I mean, I could be wrong. The sizzling organizations. No, I'm good. I don't need your organizations to sizzle. Hey, my war elephants have given birth to more calves. Got 2 more. Cool. Okay, what do we have? What'd you bring? Dwarven ale, Dwarven rum, llama milk, do all that. Just grab a iron pick because I'm too lazy to make too many of them. 320 monies left. I'll just trade. That's fine. Oh, that explains why your name was censored. Old Man Sass. Because it saw the word ass. I was very perplexed by that. I was like, old man S? What could that have... What could that word have been? That's funny. Anyway, after gifting the Windbreakers, I'm very happy that you did that, though. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. I was trying to think what your name was, though, when I saw that pop up, because it censored it to Old Man S ****, and I was very confused. Come on, trap. Trap. Fine, I'll put in more cage traps if you insist. I need to dig up more conglomerate, that's what I need, which we're slowly doing up here. I also hope that we get more migrants soon. That's really what we need. Because right now my squads are all very busy, turns out. Very busy. Paper wads, no thanks. Sorry, did that say toe feather? No, I just said feather, mangled feather. Kia mutilated corpse. Food needs to move underground. This is going to become a kitchen. That is not how the game works, gamer guy. People have been testing that and trying that as long as I've played this game, and that has never been a mechanic that has functioned. They're talking about selective breeding for war animals. Never worked. Never been a thing. Diplodocus man can't jump. Can you tell me what a Diplodocus is? I'm sure I will figure this out eventually, but I'm not an encyclopedia for the new animals just yet. Do they have legs? I'm pretty sure snail people can't jump. So. Long tail body? Okay, that would make sense. It's hard to imagine. That, for me, Dwarf Fortress, that makes sense. Dwarf Fortress feels like it's been around for 345,000 years. But the one that fucks me up is Roblox. Because Roblox is like a month younger than Dwarf Fort. Roblox was like August or something. Or maybe it was September 2006 that it went into beta. The Rosy Bottles? That's a good name. And a Human Lasher? I'd let a Human Lasher join. Hey, we caught two. They're not dinosaurs. Look at that. With funky horns, you like them? I want to know if they're war trainable, and if they are, I'm going to war train them. Also, one of my hunting dogs is trying her best and probably losing. Well, didn't kill it, that's for sure. Actually, I've caught kind of a few of them. Kind of a bunch of them. Let's turn this off so we can get them trained. Apparently there are agitated chipmunk people on the map. That's very cute. I'm gonna see bolts flying, like, what happening? Oh, agitated chipmunk lady. And they're all dead already. Well, honestly, that makes sense. Well, press F to pay respects for Chip and Dale. Sorry, guys. Nope, back to the agitated giants. Giant wrens. That's very funny. Let's go grab new gear that's better. Just check ammo. Got 700 something iron bolts, 33 steel bolts. Apparently those are forbidden. I will unforbid those. There's just piles of random wood bolts. Let's just go up to here. Just make more iron bolts. There you go. Eppo. Lobster Blow. Would like to move here for the purpose of soldiering, which I will approve. Let's see who you are. You are a human lasher. I'm sure you can equip a crossbow, though. Which means you're probably going to run across the map and go grab something random, right? There you go. Crossbow. We've also learned a few facts about the unwelcome lizard. Now know a few facts about Mega Cerops training. So here's my rule, personally. Lizards, unwelcome. We do not like lizards. Ancient rhino-like critters, totally welcome. We like those. How do we feel about this, chat? Is this a fair rule? We are the unwelcome lizard, not, you know, other thing. Speaking of, we have breeding pairs. But they're not war trainable, I don't think. That's unfortunate. I can assign them as pets, but that's it. What if? Severtica. I'm assuming that's a reference to something that I'm not getting. Getting another phone call. 2 seconds. Somebody trying to get into my building, so I told them to buzz my buzzer number. He loves Dwarf Fortress. He would be honored to have a dwarf given his name Tung Tung. Tung Tung. Beard or no beard? Or, rather, you can just pick one. As long as they're not already named. VX? And also, I kind of don't believe that your son's named that, but sure. Any you choose? I mean, it's your son's favorite game, so your son should choose, I would think. think. Unless you're watching without your son, which would be very selfish of you. I don't know. I can hear it. It doesn't matter. I mean, we just got a migrant wave, so why not one of the newbies? Uh-huh. Yep. He never becomes angry, lives at a high energy kinetic pace, and is a friendly individual, and always tries to say nice things to others. He tends to think before acting, he likes to brawl, and often feels discouraged. He can handle stress, and he doesn't handle stress well. He tends to not reveal personal information. He often touches others when greeting them. Oh, I'm very well aware of the fact that that's a brain rot. You know, I do have to ask, though. How long until we get actual brain rots? Like, people named after actual brain rots. Like, we live in a world where people are, like, naming their kids Khaleesi. So I wonder. He personally values cunning, values family, and we just need the Roblox, like, steal a brain rot generation to grow up. It's gonna wait. It's gonna happen. Like, there's that one guy named Bacon Cheeseburger who got arrested once, and everybody was like, what the fuck? Anyway, he personally values cunning, values family, and doesn't particularly respect commerce. He likes rock salt and bismuth and lavender jade. And pond grabber leather and pigtail paper, pebbles and buckets and yaks for their shaggy hair, and the words of the lessons of sweetness, and when possible prefers to consume pomegranate wine and absolutely hates moon snails. Skibbity. Hey, see, my skibbity was little big, okay? It's the only skibbity that matters. I've seen like an uncomfortably large amount of skibbity toilet because I was really stoned one day.
Nice to be back, smiley face.
And then, oops, I accidentally watched all of it at the time. This was like, I don't know, there was like 30 episodes at the time. It took like 25 minutes, not even. Like, this is just, like, everybody was mad about it. And I'm like, this is just, like, machinima. What? Like, shitty machinima, but it's still machinima. Anyway, he is short and very strong, and he has a very long beard, which is braided. He has a passing acquaintance and worships Nashias, Dalabrior, Labadartitan, whatever the fuck that is. Temple. The god of jewels, forgiveness, and mercy is what that is. Coolerino. You're a militia dwarf, Mr. Armorer. Get in the military. What you? You're frail, thoughtless, fearless, single-minded, seeks harmony. Well, seek harmony with bolts. That's a mule.
Nomal 999 cheered. X500. DINOSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSssss.
Lordy and Little Big reference in the same stream? Okay, what's a deeper cut I can do? Like an actual deep cut that I could do. Let me think for a sec. Umbral as well, thank you very much for the 5 months with Prime. It's good to see you, dude. It's been a fun time the past week. All right, gotta pause game because we're in an ad break. Salad Fingers is making a comeback? I don't know if I believe that that's making a comeback. I'm not gonna say that like people should limit the names of what you can, like, you can name a kid whatever you want, but if you name your kid after an Italian brain rot or any of the AI brain rot nonsense, you're a bad person. I'm just gonna just state that. Like, if you name your child, like, if your child willingly takes that as a name for themselves, that's different. But if you name your child after a brain rot, you're a bad person. It's just like that one dude who named his kids Moon, Unit, and Dweevil. I know it's somebody famous, and I always blank on who it is, but... Bad person. Like, whatever happened to just naming your kid Steve? Or, like, Ryan? Right, that's why I always blank on who it is. Frank Zappa. Frank Zappa. Notably, weird dude. I even, like, squint a little bit at, like, Zelda Williams. That always throws me off when I remind myself that, right, Robin Williams named his kid Zelda. Like, how did... But also, I'm not a parent, so what the fuck do I know? Apparently, ABCD was a popular name in the 2000s? What? Yikes. I wonder if anybody's been named their child XKCD. Because there's probably an XKCD for that. Why is there blood? Oh, Chipmunk Man, that's fine. Hey, look, a naked goblin. Simulating an innie. It's called pushing in his outie. Also, it's dancing time. Also, it's dancing time, chat. So, grab your party dances and do the dancing. Or don't. You know. Chair dancing is also acceptable. You went to a school with a guy named Charlie Brown? I mean, I used to work with a Michael Jackson. But, like... I still stand by my statement. This might be a battle tower up here eventually. I'm not sure. This is going to be another barracks up here. But this barracks is just going to be a dormitory where dwarves are going to sleep. Michael Bolton, why should I change my name? He's the one. It's true. All right. There we go. Now my military will have somewhere to sleep too. Slow progress is still progress. We got ratweed. Down in here, I'm going to make a... still, but I'm not going to make it out of whatever material that was. That's peachwood logs. Let's select color. Let's do oakwood logs, because that'll look nice. You have acquired a breeding pair of those? Cool. I mean, I have these Mega Ceropses, who are all still semi-wild, but we're working on them. I have a feeling these will take the same amount of time to become adults as any other dinosaurs, but or as any other large land mammals like elephants. They'll fit in right nicely with my elephants, I think. little bit sad they can't be war trained, but oh well, it's fine. Got a bunch more goblin mercs coming in. Oh, whoops. I was wondering why that wasn't getting finished. See what I have for blocks. Not much. How things go when an invasion comes? Probably pretty bad, but here's hoping. So part of me wants to start building a moat, but if I do that, then this stuff down here is going to be a threat. So what I should probably do is actually just start flooring it off. It's probably what I should do. Oh no. How is water getting down here? Oh gosh, okay, hold up. Because, like, I can't let water get into there or this is going to, like, sizzle out and become obsidian, and there goes my fuel. Which I don't want, surprisingly enough. That'd be kind of bad. What if I channel through here, and just put grates in? Say rock grate. Wooden grates. Got more wood than rock. How did I clear branches in order to build on trees? I've literally just been building on the branches. Gem setter withdraws from society, and that's Mohreb. You ran some tests, and it is possible for a civilization to start with spawned source. I mean, it would be if you use the some tamed options. So, domesticated extinct animals is enabled in other worlds. In other words, I believe it is possible for any extinct animal to appear and domesticated in certain civilizations. I believe it. Yeah, makes sense. That's definitely how the update was worded. So I'm excited to mess around with stuff. I mean, I've just been sitting here assuming that the elves will have them, you know? Because that's how a lot of that stuff was worded just from the get-go. So it very much reads like random critters like that will just be a threat. You need rough gems. Okay, well, I gotta go find some rough gems then. Like these sword clusters. Sketchy, man. Just trying to figure out where that water came from. I guess, yeah, it's just this whole thing. Just gonna maybe smooth everything that we can access from here. Seems to just be the way. Our cat Marsh likes to loaf on your chest and watch. Oh, that's cute. I don't know if they're necessarily watching me as far as the kitty goes, but cat likes to hang out with you, that's for sure. And while streaming is a time to watch people, or is a good time to get people when they're, you know, distracted and easy to loaf on. This looks like a dig-outable area. Building more drainage. You just looted an elemental cloud stuff amulet? Cloud stuff is like the funniest word to me. It's like, that doesn't feel right. Okay, let's check you, dwarves. Human here. I need basically a set of human-sized armor. Iron breastplate. Iron helm. Iron greaves. Iron gauntlets. Iron high boot. And these are all just gonna be sized for humans. I'm just gonna make one set of each. We'll just make 5, because I'll probably end up with more humans based on the way this fort's going. Hello, Dracogen. Is that a magma forge? Yep. Sitting on a single tile of a fun puddle. Although I need to get rid of these bodies. Moreb, the gem setter, has created Nebelthelel, a perfect sard, and claims it and offers it to the unwelcome lizard. I will look at that in a sec. I'm gonna go down a little bit, I think. So I went down to here, but I need to get rid of this. Do you have aquifer in you? You don't. There's a lot of aquifer in this. Just gonna dig this out down here, and I'll figure out what to do with it later. You up here, let's take a peek. This is a perfect sard. I'll craft our ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with baguette cut sards, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of sard. Sardy for party rockin'. You over here, let's make a pedestal. Unwanted Lizard is the name of my faction. Or Unwelcome Lizard. Bruh. So I guess a Mega Serops ran in here and my War Elephants gutted it? Well, that's kind of wild. Can I butcher it? It's not rotten yet. Looks like it. Exclamation point goal will tell you what the intent of this fortress is. I'm assuming I can't. Let's move this down here and try it again. Probably just means it's too mutilated to be butchered. Basically, if it's a lizard, I kill it. That's the, like limitation or goal for this. If it's not a lizard, I will try and tame it. So if it's like these cool rhino-like things, I try and tame them. If it's a dinosaur, kill it with fire. Hence the unwanted lizard. Basically, I want to do dwarves versus dinos, but we'll see if we can get that. Looks like it. Sweet. Let's see how many steaks we can get out of this creature. Hates me confirmed. I don't know. Dwarves versus Dinos just has a fun ring to it. We'll train them later. Don't worry about it. This particular fortress hates you, though. Dill. That is confirmed. Random entertainers. No. Not unless you're an interesting animal type, and I haven't seen any of those. Human. So many humans. If they only brought something interesting. Also, I need to go in here and pause all these jobs. I need to wait until I get like 10 more migrants before we can really do much of anything. I just got shit to put away. Well, I'm not, Dill, so damn it, these dwarves hate you. It's a Sard chandelier. You know, actually, that's not a bad way to put it, actually. Create a stockpile over the dead body? Don't need to, it was very recent. You see, like, YouTube chat's saying that, like, instead of a meteor, it wasn't that a meteor hit the Earth. The dwarves built a meteor and threw it at the Earth. Obviously. See, the dwarves used to live on Mars, see? Also, thank you very much to the several hundred of you watching on YouTube. It's very kind. And also to the 225 on the old Twitch land. Appreciate you guys. I'm actually just gonna butcher the roosters and the hens. Do a cycle. Slaughter, slaughter. Yen? No. Hen. I want the kitchen to actually have floors. I mean, that would make Deep Rock Galactic canon. Gaming in the zone. Also, I don't know if this is beef. That's maybe the wrong way to pitch this. I discovered a little bit of beef, not really beef, between the Deep Rock Galactic devs and Kit Fox. Is they're too busy and are making too much money, so they don't respond to emails very quickly. Like, apparently they left Kit Fox on red a couple times when trying to do collaboration things, which I think is very funny. It's like, love those guys. Wish they would respond to emails once in a while. It's kind of the gist that I get, which honestly checks out. They're too busy hanging out in the tavern. Why, who needs to check emails? I mean, come on. They removed them. Steve Dub. And maybe, I don't know if specifically to improve performance, but like that whole mechanic was very poorly built. So they didn't change them. They removed them. They're just straight up not in the game right now.
Guess this is the last month.
Last month? Why is that? Because of the Fallout 76, or did, like, something change? Don't need to be all melancholy, though. Thanks regardless. Right. For some reason, I'm just assuming that's going to get sorted, but I don't know how Sweden works, so... Well, we'll be here once your bank starts functioning again. Pasture is required for elephants unless they're assigned to a dwarf as a pet, in which case then that dwarf will feed them. But if that dwarf dies, then the elephant will die. It's not that I don't want you to discuss it. I don't really have anything to say. So I'm just going to say, well, I hope that it gets sorted. Because that's all I can say. Mind. Thank you very much for the support, though. Appreciate you, dude. Hand feeding an elephant would take ages. Dwarves have big hands. Huge turkey leg. Brew drink from fruit. If amount of drinks is less than 10. We'll say if amount of drinks is less than 150. Brew 50. And we'll also do plant. Oopsies. I haven't specifically seen that, but probably. That would make sense. Neuron dwarf? Neutron dwarf, not neuron. Mastering a skill. But they don't need that. That just means that they will enjoy the process of training. That's all that does. This is all an aquifer. My god, this might be one of the biggest aquifers like I've found in recent memory. Which is also why I have them set to automatically dig through the aquifer. Can you get a bearded dwarf? Sure. Feel free to select one. New fort, not low pop. Like, the population is 30 because this fortress is a year and 3 months old. Yeah, no complaints. It's just a pile of new animals. Calster? I was expecting that to happen. Have you discovered another cavern deep underground? And we'll get into that in a sec. Necrontier. You're cruel, bashful, etc. He never deliberates, even to the point of being considered rude and thoughtless. He is gripped by crippling shyness and is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism. He has a strong sense of duty and is inattentive to detail in his own work. He doesn't focus on material goods, tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he occasionally overindulges. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors but grumbles mildly at shite weather, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Yeah, you just discovered some caverns. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally believes that little is better in life than a good party. Values peace over war, does not care about friendship, and does not see the attainment of knowledge as important. So he's subject to his sadism. My name is Necrontier, and this is Jackass. Anyway, he doesn't view the attainment of knowledge as important. He likes sandstone and nickel and tapazolite, as well as light attendant leather? What is a light attendant? Party animal miner honestly checks out Necrontier. Anyway, he likes the color deep sea blue, shields, rings, reindeers for their large herds, and when possible prefers to consume black bullhead and rhubarb, and plum wine and broad beans, and hates jumping spiders. Spiders are allowed to walk, climb, but no jump. Jump bad. What blocks do I have the most of? None. Okay. Well, that's not good. Good news is, I think we're through the aquifer. This is going to fill up with water. It's fine. Especially because I can just do this, smooth that, it'll drain. Huntsman spiders look like gangly morons to me. Like, they're large, but they don't distress me too much. Just because of how gangly they seem. Gangly spiders don't mess with me too much, is I guess what I'm trying to say. I'm going to go down here and put the bigaboyos down here. I'm just going to use them as like stuff to butcher occasionally anyway. But they can just live down here. Gangly moron was your nickname in high school. Also, most of the kids that like were tall enough to play basketball, but didn't actually have like the hand-eye coordination to play basketball. I'm just going to block off all of this except for that. And then maybe I'll put a drawbridge in there. Oh, shit. This is only 1Z level tall. I didn't even check. It's like perfect, actually. Hell yeah. It's precisely what you want. More entertainers. More human bards. Brontothurium? These are Megacerops. They're like the precursor to a rhino. They're a forkin' rhino instead of a rhino, is what they are. Also, this is tetrahedrite. Ooh, I didn't even notice. Cool, actually. Can we pet T-Rex? I have to find one, so that's like being like, blind, can we get a pet whale? Yeah, sure, I have to find one. I need to use the washroom, chat. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere, but post beers. All right. I guess the one really good piece of news is I did sleep well last night. So, chair stream? Yes, Nutty. It's good to see you, Nutty. Hope you're doing well. You're 6'4" and a beanpole? I'm 6 foot on the dot, and I've always kind of been a beanpole. I'm less of a beanpole now. I've been exercising a lot more, and I've managed to get my shoulders not twig thin, which has been kind of nice. But you're well. How am I? I'm all right. The patch has been fun. You know, it's more Dwarf, same fortress. What are you so pissed off about? It's all the giant sparrow's dead bodies, I think. Tallest, thanks for the doll her. Appreciate you. It's a very wet cavern. There's another one over there. Looking for fun cubes. Kinder Surprise eggs, if you will. I'm not seeing any. Could go down further. The tiny little tile with one thing of lava in it, yeah. It's pretty great, isn't it? These bloody humans. Hey, chat, could I get a couple extra beers for Patolis, who just chucked $1 into the chat? Just want to say thank you. Take these dwarves off of constant training and just put them onto general availability in a minute. There you go. Human is more worked up. Just going to put them onto no orders. I need to expand this as well, and also throw a chest in once I make one. What I actually really need to do is just go down here and make an infinite stockpile for boulders. That's what I need. So everything except for metal ore. And everything except for metal ore. No wheelbarrows, don't take from everywhere. You here. Load everything except for metal ore. Load from here. Get rid of these. Name the route. Rocks. Is there any refuse worth saving? Most bones and skulls can be crafted. Most teeth can be crafted. Leather. It's like the tendons and and some of the like nervous tissue and stuff like that isn't useful. So nerve hurting fuzzball in YouTube chat says, I started a fortress that had a dragon cave on it the other day, but after a couple of years of it scorching the hillsides, it died. I realized that it kept causing trees to fall on itself. That's really funny. Like, actually, that's really funny. Like, genuinely, that's really funny. You want a T-Rex skull totem gaming in the zone? Yeah, you could do that. That would be entirely doable. Okay, so what I need is a place to put bodies that is away from where my dwarves are seeing them. Because right now there's just bodies everywhere. And they don't like that very much, turns out. This is going to fill up with water. Well, no, actually it's not. It's going to drain out of there. Could just put them back in here. So what I think I'm going to do is put a couple of these in. Chuck a door over here, and then just flop them up there and just say corpses and refuse. But in here, I want you to not put bones or skulls or wool. How goes the dinos? Well, it's still Dwarf Fortress, so animals that are not immediately on your map are exceptionally rare. So we have these things, which I've managed to catch. And we do have breeding pairs, so that'll be fun. They're kind of like cooler rhinos. They're not war trainable, though. That's what I've been able to catch so far. Currently on the map, there is giant sparrows. Once I kill those, which I could do soon, probably, then I'll be able to attempt to see then we'll see what pops on next into the map. But it's a process. Currently, I'm just trying to deal with bodies because, like, if you look at the moods right now, you might be able to. You know what? Actually, I kind of want to put them up here. This would make more sense because this is where I'm putting my tombs. So how about instead of down there, or instead of this area? Well, I'll just move them, but I'm just gonna move them up to here. That's what I'm gonna do. Do skeletons decay over time? Technically, everything does. But yes, skeletons decay over time. The thing is, if you put them into a refuse stockpile, they decay at 5x speed. Also going to disable something. I'm going to stop them from digging through. I'm going to stop them from digging through damp stone because it's becoming a bit of a pain in the ass, actually, to just have everything flooding constantly. I may actually need to, like, go down into here and just wall off an area down here and put them down there. I haven't seen any more, just the two initial ones. But what I'm going to do actually is this. I'm just going to make a clear the surface route. So I've got upper wall route. We'll make a clear the surface upper route. Basically just like go to all corners of the map and that will give them the chance to fire off shots at everybody, basically. No, don't patrol wall. Patrol clear. Yeah, that's the entire purpose of refuse stockpiles, is that they make things degrade significantly faster. It's also why there was a big kerfuffle, maybe not a big kerfuffle, but a bit of a kerfuffle when the game first launched on Steam, because all stockpiles defaulted to everything instead of, like, you know, the things you want in an all stockpile, which resulted in every single stockpile suddenly having stuff in it that you kind of don't want, I guess, in a stockpile, if that makes any sense. Such as, you know, what's the word I'm looking for here? Such as the refuse stockpile, because then everything was just degrading. I'll just do this the basic way. When the body parts are available, make them. When totems are available, make them. Set up military squads to patrol the area. I mean, that's what I'm doing here. What was the question for? What'd Lazy say? What are routes? These are patrol routes. These have been in the game for a bajillion years. Maybe not a bajillion, but quite a while. Let's make some water skins so that these dwarves can have drinks while they're out on the job. The knowing handles. Performance troop. This will run them past this. So here they come. Although, actually, did I screw this up, maybe? No, I didn't. They should just run up to here and then go that way. Unless they're this dwarf, in which case they run away from something because they're in conflict, which is funny. Oh, it's because you don't have any bolts. Why don't you have any bolts? This is like the one dwarf that doesn't have bolts. Go get bolts, you doofus. Maybe you fired them all already. Watch me just deny them and then be like, oh no, they haven't critter that I want. No, they really don't. We're fine. There we go, it's up here. Just gonna station them in the corner here. That'll do it. Get the job done. They run away when they use up all their ammo. Yeah. It's gonna take a while. It's good training though. Temperate broadleaf forest. This is a temperate broadleaf forest, I think. I'd need to go back and check yesterday, but I'm mostly certain this is the temperate broadleaf forest. Someone could go check the VOD from yesterday if you want. Actually, I should just stop forbidding ammo. Forbidding only during sieges, please. It's kind of funny that the dwarf just immediately runs away. You just ran out and used up all of your ammo. Firing bolts. Well, one's down. That's good. Give them some time to get rid of all that. Something I should do is find out if there is wind on this map. Because if there is, I should make a mist generator. Killing animals makes the wild mad, so if they kill animals, then that makes animals mad. Basically, interacting with the surface, fighting with stuff, digging, fishing, chopping down trees, hunting, all of that agitates everything. Just to different levels based on what it is. But killing creatures on the surface absolutely agitates the map. Basically, like, if you're doing stuff on the surface, you're going to suffer a bit. And that is kind of the point. Just gonna send you home for a little bit, let them go refuel and everything. And then we're just gonna go around and kill these one by one. Basically, right now, what I'm waiting for is I'm waiting for humans and elves to come trade with me. But, Doran, what were you able to find, out of curiosity? Can you prioritize specific stockpiles? You can make a central stockpile and not let other stockpiles take from it. And you can make certain workshops prioritize certain stockpiles. But that's all you can do. You can't be like, this is the #1 priority stockpile. You can just be like, this stockpile doesn't take from anywhere, or this workshop only gives to this stockpile and this stockpile, but not these two. So, like, if you click on this, you can prioritize what stockpiles this workshop gives to. Found a fluffy bambler. Congrats. So many hours, and we had a time loss. It's crazy. Another human bard. Okay, so it's these two right here. Let's check you, see if you guys can go get drinks. Yeah, they can. Excellent. That's what I want them to do. I just want them to be able to carry booze around with them. Because then, if they get thirsty while they're patrolling and stuff, they can just have a sip. Which allows them to stay out longer. I know the feeling sometimes. 94 Tails, thanks for the 14 months! Okay, so I think they're all three of them are up here in this corner, more or less. Yeah. So let's send them all to right here. Yeah, I have a feeling that's just going to kind of be an ongoing thing for this fortress. Also, moods are horrific right now. It's great. Dennis, the Feathered Menace. I've always wanted to see somebody die because a bolt fell on their head. These dwarves, like, can't actually shoot high enough to hit it. It's good training, but man. I really wish that the game didn't spawn agitated birds. Because they can be kind of a pain in the ass to actually kill. Get skew, bird! Indeed. Grumble. Come on. Well, I hit it once. It's going lower. It's the main reason you don't play on Untamed Wilds anymore? Yeah. It's two things. It would either be like the game doesn't send birds or the birds don't get stuck. If the birds didn't get stuck, then I wouldn't care. It's just that they get stuck. It's that they get stuck. I found most of them are in temperate waters, so dinosaurs like Bronchiosaurus, Stegosaurus, Triceratops, Ankylosaurus. I really want to find Cosmoceratops because those are cool. They're just cool color. I like the cool color. There's also agitated Kias. Well, that's good. I'm actually just going to re-enable this. Oh, one of them died. Good. How many are left? It's good training, though. All my dwarves are proficient now, so that's good. And you're napping. Well, okay. Cosmoceratops is in the same biome as Triceratops. Sure, they just look super cool. It's maybe my favorite looking of the new creatures, actually. Time to make towers near the side of the map? Yeah, probably. Oh, that one's already dead. That was quick. That are like walkways in the among the trees for patrol routes or something. What, non-giant Kias? Kias in general are cool looking birds. Exactly, gaming zone. Langurs I don't mind so much, because anything that's like on foot with the dwarves, I don't mind. There you go. But the birds that like just sit at the top corner of the map are just kind of a pain. Mostly. Okay, let's get some bedrooms made. That's going to be Mayor's bedroom at some point. And then there you go. And there you go. Sucks to be the person who has to split it with that herbalist, because he's pissed. Actually, I should put the dwarves who aren't in the military into these bedrooms. Why don't I actually do it this way? Just leave that. Because this will give me extra blocks that I can then place. I just realized I kind of screwed up there, but it's fine. Should have done that back wall first, live and learn. Excellent. And then here we can just do 10 more beds. I can do doors. I only have 2 of them. Let's make some more rock doors. What do I have? Ah, sure, chalk's fine. And you gotta jump over your roommate's head. That's just college, isn't it? Or like the military? There's just like skulls in the tavern because I haven't cleared them out yet. That's just kind of funny. Let's make a bunch of totems, just clear out the rest of them. Okay, we're brewing drinks from plants over here. Let's get a kitchen made. Willow, excellent. I like them in some instances. I like agitated animals once I'm set up. But I much prefer the on-land ones. It's the airborne ones that get stuck in places that I have no control over that start to irritate me after a while. But it's one of the reasons why I do actually say that Dwarf Fortress is a better game as a sandbox than it is as a difficulty game, just because of how the game is. Oh yeah, absolutely Neutron Dwarf. Absolutely. Although just killing them alone won't make things worse. So like killing them and constructing them, what I'm doing right now is making things worse. I actually wouldn't mind that much if they did a better job of like, you know, attacking you. But they kind of don't. There's just a normal echidna, see? Because I'm not currently doing too much damage to the surface. So it is slowing down. How much meat do you get from those large eagles? I don't know. We should butcher it and find out. Wonder if I can butcher it. Heh. I wouldn't mind like a butcher button on an eagle. Or on creatures that are butcherable. What, instead of having them just wander in periodically, have them come in like an ambush kind of deal? Yeah, I wouldn't disagree, Neutron. Stuck agitated birds causes agitated blind. Yes, correct. That I won't deny. That is 100% the truth. Let's go chit-chat with neighbors. Human amulets, goblins. Is there any? There's Dwarven Forest Retreat. Oh. Diplomacy. Go make contact. Send it. Go! But trust me, meat is not going to be an issue in this fort. There's one over there. Where's the other one? That one's also pretty far away. Sweet. The Kias aren't a huge deal, though, because they're pretty small. However, both reach adulthood in 1 year, and their maximum size is 2 years. What's crazy is the number of eggs some of these creatures lay. That's what's crazy to me. Yeah, even if it's just like a clear indicator, because right now it kind of feels like, I don't know what the exact radius of like butchery for butcher shops is, but it's not that big. Yeah, I don't know. A while ago, Tarn sent me a DM and was like, "Hey, Blind, what's a bunch of like things that would be pretty easy to implement for like quality of life stuff?" And one of the things that like I asked for was like a confirmation for deleting squads, and the other one was like the like click and drag size just like thing that shows the size of stuff, and I can't remember the exact list that I gave, but I gave a couple of things that most of them got implemented. Like a button to indicate whether or not they're butcherable and to force butchery from a distance by clicking on the creature would be so nice. Sure, Bismuth. What do you want? I'll sort by happy. Nobody's super happy here, but there's also a human if you're crazy. Messenger doesn't have a beard, but if you're cool with no beard, then you can be Messenger, who's also in the military, by the way, and has killed 3 Kias. Hip hip, 3 Kia! Hip hip, 3 Kia! Anyway, if that works, we can do that. Bismuth the Messenger is prone to feelings of jealousy, occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand, is quick to form negative views about things, and tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and she is often cheerful. She finds obligations confining, but she's conflicted by this concept of loyalty. Sorry, she's conflicted. I completely lost myself. Where am I? She's quick to form negative views about things. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She tends to be swayed by emotional appeals of others and is often cheerful. Finds obligations confining, though she values the concept of loyalty and is troubled by her natural tendencies and occasionally overindulges. Not the best for one of these messengers, but she personally does not respect the law, doesn't care about nature one way or another, and doesn't care about and dreams of raising a family. What's up, Golden Glove? I'm in an ad break. Lay between 10 and 38 eggs, which is crazy. Darn. Crazy. Fucking crazy. Likes chalk, steel, and picture jasper, as well as giant peregrine falcon leather, rope reed fabric, bucklers, quivers, and bracelets, and the words of the cover of Saving, and when possible prefers to consume chinchilla, carambola wine, and absolutely hates bats. and occasionally overindulges, and she doesn't really care about anything anymore. She wants to craft an object. Do you have family? Nope. And is moving kind of slow because isn't all that strong, and is wearing a full suit of armor. But at least she has some dwarven wine in her pocket. So let's go down a little bit to about here. Yeah, that's just fucking full of water. Just gonna throw a butcher shop down here, and we're just gonna have fuckloads of free food, probably. Because I'm sure a lot of these are butcherable. Have we found any dinosaurs yet? That is like asking, have I found a giant whale yet? This is still Dwarf Fortress. Creatures are hard to find. But I do have some now extinct rhino variants, which are pretty dope. And I've seen some crazy other creatures, but no dinosaurs. The most common vermin this map has are the giant dragonflies that are like a meter wide, which are kind of awesome. Dwarves to remain peasant until they reach a certain level in skill. It would help a lot when assigning dwarves to new jobs or the military. What do you mean? It would help a lot when assigning certain dwarves to jobs. I mean, that's not something that I think people talk about because I'm not really sure what you mean, I guess. How's the new patch so far? Pretty fucking good. 2 thumbs up. I mean, it's just a pile of new animals, right? So it's actually quite straightforward. But one of the new animals that I have that showed up on my map are these guys, which are more or less just big, funky rhino things. So this is we did a little bit of lookups. This is the biggest patch of animals that the game has received since 2010, not counting the giant variants or the randomly generated ones. But if you just like say animals, this is the biggest animal patch since 2010. So I think that's kind of a big deal. Was the elephant helping with the wall smoothing job? No, it's just hanging out. How big are they? You'd have to look that up. I don't know. You'd have to check the raws, AK Vanguard. But they usually are 1/3 of the size of their parent variant. I know that the Brontosaurus people are, I think, the biggest in the game now because their armor is heavier than most Forgotten Beasts. Like if a dwarf is only a novice cheesemaker or a miner or something, I don't really care. They're basically untrained. So, oh, you mean like, do you mean dabbling or do you mean novice? Because novice, they're definitely trained. But I could understand with dabbling. But I don't know, man, that's something that would be for the feedback forums. The game does tell you if you're going to assign somebody to mining, like what their skill is in mining. So was 3.8 million for a T-Rex man. Like centimeters cubed? Bismuth returned, met with the dwarf Kolsoth Crude Paint, and the proposal was successful, so we now made contact for trading with another dwarven faction. There is a elf trader here now, which is kind of neat. Neat rock mechanisms. Oh, this is the other thing I need to do that I started doing and then kind of forgot. Just need to assign this minecart to right there. Get all this stuff put away. Basically 4 tons. That's huge. Gosh. I'm also just gonna get rid of this food stockpile up here. What else is on the map now? It's just the Kia. Okay. Currently trying to set up a fort in a tropical swamp. You keep getting stomped by giant thrips who swarm your fort to death. I hate thrips in real life, and I also hate them in Dwarf Fort. Also, this is awesome. Although I'm just like racking my brain now and trying to think, what can I actually sell them? Huh. I guess like rock crowns? Okay, well, they brought some things I don't have access to. They brought a stray kakapo. Well, that's kind of fun. It's in their cages, but... They're going to be so mad about the trees. Yes. But it's okay. They'll survive for a minute. Glassmaker has returned, or has gone into a strange mood, which is bad because I don't have any glass shops. Or sand, for that matter, that I've gathered. I guess I'll have to gather some. Not that we're short on sand. There's plenty of sand, but... What can I sell you? A little bit of pigtail cloth. That's basically it. Do have some cut gems. We'll just bring the cut gems over. It's the easy one. Gonna go up to here and make a cloth bag and sand jobs. Let's say 2. No, not 20. 2 and 2. There's another one which I also want to trade with because I've asked a few of them. So what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to buy an animal from them in a cage, release it from the cage, and then stick a bunch of other animals into the cage and sell them animals. That's what I'm going to do. So they have that one animal that I want, this thing, which is 110. Sell you the 1 gem. I'm going to trade it. Now I've traded for it. Then I'm going to go over here. I'm going to place that cage. I'm also going to go down here, and I'm going to remove it from the cage. Look at that. Large predatory flightless bird with a terrifying beak. Please tell me that's war trainable. Chat, it's war trainable. Look at that fucking thing. I really like it too. This is what jabberers should like. I don't, chat, do you guys agree with me on my take on this patch, which I said in the video, which I uploaded this morning, which is I think the sprite work is too good. Because like it's awesome. But, like, the, like, jabberers, the cave crawlers, like, I previously as well, the, what were they called? The blind cave ogres, but now not so much because those have, like, been updated now. Just look bad. Exactly, yeah. It's like, I think one of the best things that they've done is just getting new pixel artists on the project because, my gosh. Also, damn, a lot of people have seen that news video. I wasn't sure how well it would do, but it's done quite well. Hell yeah. I mean, some of it has, right? As far as the stuff getting overhauled. You've been debating making a mod that updates the old sprites with being in line with the new sprites? I mean, what I would do is I would see if you could take Hewn and make new sprites for Hewn so Hewn works. Because I really hope Hewn gets updated. Or other third-party tile sets. But that's just me. It is a lot of work, though. For, like, not a lot of payoff, I guess. You're skeptical about the dinosaurs, and they're such an easy thing. I am bewildered by people who are skeptical about them. Purely because Dwarf Fortress has had Stegosaurus, Pterodactyl, and at least 2 other dinosaurs that I'm blanking. I think Triceratops and something else that could be Forgotten Beast variants, as long as there's been Forgotten Beasts. Like, the baseline setup for that has been in the game for a while. So I'm a little bit perplexed by people who are like, this doesn't fit the game or whatever. So I've seen a bit of that sentiment, and it puzzles me. Dimetrodon, that was another one, yeah. Okay, so we're just going to cage some critters real quick. Wait, what? Why are you up here? You're supposed to be down in here. Wait, buddy. Also, some migrants have arrived. Excellent. The fort continues to glow. You need raw green glass. Has I successfully collected sand? No. I think what I need is I just need a loom. I didn't really want to make a loom, but I'll just make a loom. So I can try and get some sand. Okay, what does the other one have? Okay, so what I really need... I'm just going to buy all of their animals, except for the... Or rather, I'm just going to buy all of their cages. To try and incentivize more cages. And then the other... No, not you. The other crew, which is this one. Deer, sure. Giant kakapo, sure. Peregrine, sure. Monkey, sure. Boop, 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 boop. Is that enough? Nope. Okay. Bring you over. What's up, Yum Trans Fat? Oh, why do I always want to call you Yam Trans Fat? Sauropod, theropod, yep. But just turn it off. My main thing is, like, I think it's funny if people don't care for it. Just period. That's the main thing. Man, that's heavy. I knew it would be, but shit. Okay, what's the... least interesting of these. We'll do that. Let's put the cage back. So all of the grown cages I'm just going to place here so I can sell them back to them. But Crossing Colossus as well. Hello. It's good to see you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to make a big deal out of this, but out of people not liking the fact that there's dinosaurs in the game, I think it's hysterical that there's dinos in the game, and I kind of love them, so. It's a shame these aren't agitated Horay marmots. Agitation is drained down to the point where it's no longer a major issue. I think I'm just going to butcher those two, and the Kakapo, and then probably you as well, but... but my elephants are murdering some marmots. That's funny. Oopsies. Nope, and nope. Got a solo hunter? Oh. Finally, a zombie. And a naked man. Honestly, checks out. Totally checks out. Forbid. Sand, do this now. You fucking for real, man? Boo. Bang on about this game, has never played it. Thinks they're a bit out of the theme. Chat, can we just agree on something? The theme is what the developers of the game says it is. And there's been dinos in this game as long as there's been Forgotten Beasts. I mean, if your wife doesn't play this game and just listens to you yap about it, why does it matter what she thinks? Period. Is there a setting for the dinos to be underground? I wish that was a thing, but no. It's either they are... Like, you could mod the game so that they are Tapioca, but it's either they exist or they don't. But I haven't seen any underground specific ones. I'm just going to queue something up, and I don't know what it was. Soak bags. That's what I'll do. I'll just do 10 of them. And I'll just go into here and make another loom. We also have 50 dwarves now, so I'm going to need to start making more houses pretty soon. Time to piss off the wilderness again. And, time to butcher a whole bunch of animals again. Why are you being trained? Weird. And Barney Rubble were the first dwarves. Also, like, maybe I'm just imagining things, but dinosaurs in, like, low fantasy is a very, like, 80s pulp fiction or pulp fantasy trope. Because, like, I go to this used bookstore / record store place pretty frequently. And they, like, you know, truck in certain eras and styles of thing. And one of the things that you see a lot from them are like big burly, like brute-ish looking fucking kind of Conan the Barbarian looking dude on the cover flexing on the corpse of a T-Rex. Like, that's a very common trope for light novels. Blind, does stairs count as doors? Yes. Well, it just needs to be enclosed, and doors count as walls when they're closed. So that's all it needs. It just needs to be enclosed. Oh shit. No, because dinosaurs won't exist in that world, Neo-Russia. That series, I make a new one whenever there's actually, no, neither of you. I make a new one basically once a year, but I think the next one will be the last one. And it's the same world that I keep reusing, so none of the new stuff, like stuff-wise, will be there. So, like, the sieges might be smarter, but they'll probably still die immediately. That kind of stuff. Because stuff that requires new world gen, like, I can't backport to that world. What am I doing here? Iron pick. And they want a guild hall. Let's go to here. I'll just roof this off. Let's use this chalk because suddenly I have a whole bunch of chalk. This can be my guild hall. It's very fitting. I'm just waiting for the T-Rex Necromancer tower. Like, T-Rex Man Necromancer tower. Although it'll probably be about as uncommon as, like, the Hamster Man Necromancer I saw once. Okay, we're just getting all this closed up. It's just the one agitated Kia left. Let's see. It's a little bit annoying. All my seeds keep immediately filling up the bags. Okay, hold on. Now that's just weird. You should be able to collect sand. There's literally an unused bag down there. There you go. Okay, well, that's good. That will be for my mayor once it's done, and also will double as an office for the mayor. But let's skip some bedrooms. This is the meanest I've been to my dwarves for bedrooms in a very long time. Just being openly cruel with the bedrooms. The tiny spaces. I don't think it's ever been available, actually. I think it was named literally as I appointed it. But you can get a Marks Dwarf. Dwarf that's in the military. Do you want a human or do you want a dwarf? And beard or no beard? Because there is a human in the military. Dwarf bearded, okay. I will do what I can. Going through, you're going with a pretty small pool of characters, but I'm just gonna force them to train so that they're a little bit clearer. Activity, individual combat drill. There you go. You're probably gonna be pissed off, hate your life, and go insane, but we'll give it to you. Vines. But it seems like YouTube chat's kind of agreeing with me that Dwarf Fortress is just going from like a low fantasy pseudo Tolkien kind of thing to more like pulp high fantasy. And honestly, as far as settings goes, I think that's a very underrepresented setting in video games. Because like D&D has moved away from that quite a bit, even though they kind of started off sort of like that. So okay. Vines, it just means that like, you know, you're not necessarily going to have a happy fort. Don't dwarves hate it? No. Players say that dwarves hate it really loudly. Dwarves will hate this map, but it's not that we're above ground that they'll hate it. Like, I've built plenty of above ground forts with, like, everybody super happy. But I guess my question to you is, why not? Like, why not, like, take on a bit of a challenge or play a fort that's different from what you normally do? Why not? I mean, who cares if they hate it? They'll figure it out. And if they don't, then they'll die. He doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, and rarely tries to assert himself in conversation. He's very friendly and always tries to say nice things to others. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world and likes to brawl. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He generally acts impartially. He's rarely moved to mercy and tries to do things correctly each time. When he's bored, he scratches his nose. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't care about anything anymore. He dreams of mastering a skill like archery and crossbows and generally values tradition. And values good craftsmanship and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. He likes magnetite, iron, and purple spinel, as well as nethercap wood, moose leather, and the color vermilion. Suns, bracelets, puzzle boxes, and ducks for their quacks. The word links for their ear tufts, and the words of the lessons of sweetness, and the sight of the tulp of poetry, and when possible prefers to consume sheep cheese, guava wine, and absolutely hates rats. I mean, you could just not allow visitors. God is testing me in YouTube chat. But yeah, that's everything for this one. You've killed 2 Kias. You remember the Azure Fellowship. Uh-oh. As long as that's not the Microsoft Azure Fellowship. It's already too much of a cult. We don't need more of it. Azure Fellowship is gods of jewels and forgiveness and mercy. It's definitely not Microsoft's Azure. Okay. Interesting god. We're in an ad break waiting for that to end. And they are as fantasy as unicorns and the Cyclops. I had somebody comment on my video this morning, which was, how do I remove all of these dumb fantasy creatures from the game? I was like, what? Are you talking about the dinosaurs? It's like, hold up. What is fantasy? For 500. I do really like this thing. This is maybe the coolest creature I've seen so far. Like, fuck the bloody... You know what's really funny? I know this is like... There's a lot of dinosaurs in this update. If it was just stuff from like this era of like weird giant birds and like sort of rhinos, no one would even say anything about it not fitting. I think that's really funny, actually. Like if they just added like a megalodon kind of deal. It's specifically the giant lizard dinosaurs from like the Jurassic period that are bugging people in Cretaceous. For the people that don't like it. And I think that that's really funny. Do you have some news for that guy? Dwarves are fantasy creatures? Exactly! Although you can just, like, generate an uninhabitable world. That would do it. Person that only understands the now? I mean, like, New Earth creationists. Or Young Earth creationists. It's a big burp. I know, right? Look at that beak. It's a very pretty beak. Like, I know that these are baby elephants, but Jesus Christ, dude. I need a second one. The elves brought it for trading, so I'm just being very hopeful that we'll get more. How many creatures do I have? Like new ones or just in general? I don't know how many. The new ones are these guys and this guy. So, yeah, everything else is like not new. I can eat the peacock though, and the other peacock and that and that. So like these guys are sort of rhinos, but they're not war trainable, so I'm just letting them live down here. And then the other thing is this thing, which I bought from the elves just now. Oh, I mean, I've seen necromancer. If there's necromancers that are actively part of your faction and they happen to be an outpost liaison, that's the history that your world came with. It's always fun when that happens. So this right here is going to be that Craftsdwarf's Guild. And I'm going to put that... to find that large gem. There it is. See how that does. Meanwhile, you down here, you need more raw green glass. Third year in a row in New Fort, and first dino/new creature appeared. What'd you get? And shift. Also, speaking of creatures, I apparently caught a hoary marmot, which I will now train and consume. Actually, I need to go to the kitchen screen. No. Labor, kitchen. So I'm not really doing much with non-cooking stuff. So I'm just going, ooh, hemp, actually. We should grow hemp for cloth. No, not pigtail. Keep those. Let's just go over to this corner. No. Just place a road right here. And then I'll put hemp plants right there. Oh, sounds like you just have a very... She's trying to stage a coup against herself. Oh, it's just a cover-up. It's a cover-up for her undesirable crimes. For sure. 100%. Okay, these are all of the things I have seeds for right now. Just looking for hemp. There they are. Because I'm just like automatically harvesting stuff twice a year, so this is all just the random plants and stuff that we're getting. But the thing is, they keep filling up my stockpiles and bags and stuff. Where is hemp? There it is. Hemp. There we go. I'm just going to... out of empty food storage items. That makes sense. Let's say wood barrels. Let's embiggen this food stockpile over here. And... make a kitchen. The other thing I want to do under the kitchen menu is make it so that they don't cook my booze, any of it. And then meal, lavish, I'll say 10. If the number of unrotten prepared meals is less than 50, and check monthly. That's what we'll do. This can just be a food stockpile extension. Unless we hit aquifer, which we probably will. There you go. Artifacts being made. Works furiously. The guild hall's been satisfied, which is good. And yours, the Mark's Dwarf, has created a perfect green glass gem. Stop me if you've heard that one before. Although, the other one was just a non-perfect green glass. It was just a gem. I will place that in the same room. Up here. Willow and Willow. Not your day for investments? I mean, it is a Friday, so note that down, I guess. The amount of meat that we have is kind of nuts. Just gotta state that. Also wondering when we're gonna get a mayor. Should just put windows at the end here. Furniture. Nope, none yet. Tastefully arranged stuffs. When a stegosaurus stands on a drawbridge is when. Brayden. Any dino sightings? No dino sightings, but we do have prehistoric animals in the fort. We've got this thing, because we're here to kill dinos. But this we purchased off of the elves, which is giant murder bird, which is war trained. And then, down here we have rotting meat, which is great. And then down here in the second cavern layer, we got a bunch more rotting shit. We got these. It's not a cassowary, no, but kind of looks like one. These are like proto-rhinos. Oh, also it's sing-song blabby time. Hey chat, grab your favorite party emotes and let them rip. I started this base yesterday, yes. Correct. Just fine, go. Also, we're getting close to needing to make another squad soon. 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 Gleeful Moisten. I don't like your name, lady. Thanks for the $1 and shift. Cheers, dude. I do still think one of my favorite things about Dwarf Fortress is just the leaves landing on the trees. Would help if I unpause the game after I tell them to build something. But I'm going to build over to these walls and then build little fight towers up on these, on the edges. It's just a singular. Do we want to see if we can get more animals on the map, chat? All I need to do is kill this Kia. I know the answer that you guys will give, so let's give it a shot. No. Dwarves have 60 range, or have 60 view and 30 range. But if they are assigned to, like, something like hunting or to Mark's Dwarves, then they have 60 range. Hunting animals have 30, or normal animals have 30, hunting animals have 60. Unless they have their eyes cut out. It's not very agitated. It runs away in fear a lot. On how to get rid of water underground? Go underneath it. If you're in an aquifer, that just means that you're in the water table. If you're in the water table, you're just going to get water poured in on you forever. Period. Like, I wouldn't try to get rid of it. Dig somewhere else. Like, go further. Maybe watch my tutorial on how to get through light aquifers, and don't settle on a heavy aquifer. That's my advice to the person in YouTube chat who's confused about water. Because they're not inherently hard to get around, but you'll have a hard time if you settle on a heavy aquifer. Like, if people start giving you techniques on how to get through heavy aquifers, just don't even listen. Like, if you think you're on a heavy aquifer, if it fills up instantly, just settle somewhere else. That's my actual advice. Settle on a light aquifer, not a heavy one. Human Bard is visiting. Haven't even caught it yet. Where'd it go? Oh, okay. Well, this thing is zooming. This is like trying to herd a cat. You know what? I'm actually just gonna do the clear run. Do laps around. What, me following the bird? Chakomaka? I suppose so. Dwarf's a little too slow. Oh, yeah, no. I mean, it's fun to do stuff like this sometimes. Let's just go back up to where I was putting my levers, which is up in here. I've done surface forts on, like, resurrecting evil biomes before. Sometimes you do kind of get screwed, even with light aquifers, though, like this map. Sven, has a light aquifer, and it's like kind of a pain in the ass. I'll be honest, but it's fine. Comes with the territory sometimes. Thankfully, these drainage spots I've put down here have helped quite a bit, especially so that this is no longer at threat. A kiwi cock is fighting. I guess we got it. Yep, we did. More wrens. What the heck is a moa? Herbivore, flightless bird. They're more than twice as large. Females are more than twice as large as males. Wow. It's got, what's it called? Like eye makeup on. Big brown bird. Wait, whoa. You got done with another silly project and may or may not open up more options for the game. Mostly adventurers can trade caged sentient beings, even companions. I feel like I knew that. Because, like, you can, as long as you're not playing a dwarf, you can do that. You think the community was... I'm not sure like how that really opens up new stuff, necessarily. Because that still requires you playing adventure mode. Which, once again, no hate to adventure mode, but... it's not the most exciting. Let's bring the dwarves back into here. Turn this on. But yeah, I feel like I knew that. Bird was native to New Zealand. Neat. I guess it would make sense that I got like a moa and a kiwi like immediately. Instead of fucking cows? I don't know. Or a very recent extinction. I mean, so are dodos. Like, in comparison to some of the creatures that are in this patch. Patrick Daly? Maybe we're actually just living in creature heaven in Dwarf Fortress World, you know? Anything that goes extinct or dies once on Earth World gets teleported into Armok Realm for infinite fun and regeneration. Maybe that's what it is. I mean, I usually joke that I'm playing in Australia, so... why not New Zealand for once? And... we'll do that. Chocobo? What, this guy? Or the moa. I mean, this is my favorite thing I've found so far. There's also a troll. What layer you want? Shit. Not where I want you to be. I'm actually going to lock this gate, I think, for right now. Smelting tetrahedrite. Cool. Slaughtered a marmot. What else is on the map? Kind of hope we catch you, but at the same time I don't care all that much. Also going to create a new crossbow squad and start building a second round. Just going to use dwarves that have skill already in fighting because this fort's going to be chaos anyways, so it's not like anybody's going to like it. Let's see what we have available. Really? I guess we're out of crossbows. Whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Come on. Little to the right. Little to the right. You know you... Okay. I was going to say you know you wanna, but I guess you don't. I need... Oh, something's firing. Oh. This guy over here just fucking went to war against a, like, giant wren, but almost died in the process. I'm gonna take you and stick you down here with the chicks. Because I want to get a breeding pair of you if possible. Also, I caught an agitated giant wren, which is fun. I have not seen a were creature. Fatal Pierce. I'm actually not positive if there are new were creatures. 14 eggs. Oh, nifty. Well, now that you're injured, we got to keep you down here, so got to keep you safe. Got to keep you safe. Is that beaky thingy one of the new creatures that was added? It's not just dinosaurs in this patch. This I purchased from the elves. I'm not entirely sure what it is. I'm sure chat could look it up, but it's a large predatory flightless bird, basically. Anything that lays eggs would need a nest box. Ghost Cipher. That's strictly how Dwarf Fortress works. Now, I don't think this wren is actually even going to make it into the map. I think it's just going to get murked. But that's fine regardless of what happens. Can also unpause a whole bunch of jobs now because I've got more dwarves in the fort able to do stuff, and let's make wooden crossbows, 10 more, so I can get this squad up and running. And then they go and grab their gear. You'll love to see it. More entertainers. The reason I'm not auto saying no to... The Beast Hunter's transformed into a were-elk. Where? Well, left the map. Welk? That's not cool. It's like 3 monsters tall, quite big. Let's see. Oh, wow. So it's just like a big, scarier emu. Good God. I'm not a fan. That's all I have to say. Oopsies. Slaughter giant wen. Welk, is that like a pilk? It's not small, that's for sure. Oh, shit. I always forget about fresh raw hides and tanned hides. There you go. At least she healed up down here. This is one of those we found partial fossils, so we're making assumptions about what this thing looked like kind of creatures. I have no idea. This is not an area of the world that I have any knowledge of. I have set us to trade with some humans, so we should get more traders in the summer. So your YouTube chat's pointing out that these were carnivores. Yeah, the game states that, but also, fucking chickens are carnivore or like omnivores. Like I've seen videos of chickens like beating the shit out of and then eating a rat. Like, uh-oh. Dwarf was found dead against what? What are we fighting? Something. Why are we fighting? Hold on. Was there just an agitated yak? There was an agitated yak? Oh, that's funny. What's my next agitated creatures? Yaks! Although, I'm not even gonna fuck with that. Like, agitated yaks sound terrifying. Jesus, dude. In other news, Lamau. Sounds kind of like how you imagine a bolt thrower. How you what do you mean? How you imagine a bolt thrower? It confused me. I thought we were fighting with traders for a second there. I was like, wait a second, no, we're not. The uncommon incenses. Who's in that? Probably nobody I want. Gotta bring something more interesting. Also, uncommon incenses sound like snake oil. Coolette here seems to have taken some injuries, so I will swap you out with Kug. Oh no, we got two more coming. Chat, there's an ad break running, so I'm just gonna leave the game paused until the ads are done. I'm just gonna queue up some iron shields and iron helms. Plenty of coal left. Shoebill Bird sounds like a bolt thrower. I mean, bolt thrower is a band, but saw a video of a cow scooping up a baby chick and just chomping it. I've seen videos of cows doing that and also horses doing that. Although I need to move. Speaking of speaking of animals doing stuff, I need to move the baby elephants down here. Chat, check this out. We got baby ones. Look at them. I'm sure they take 10 years to grow up. But look at the bibs. I like how the head's just smaller. It's literally this human. You're a competent bowman. You know what? I'm gonna let this human join. Welcome, duder. We'll take our first human. So, we now have baby trained little dudes. These guys. I've seen Bolt Thrower live, Steel Raptor. They're fun. Good band. Not that I know of. Gain or not. I haven't seen any. Turok? This guy? Or the human? Who am I naming Turok? You need to be a little bit more specific about him. Who's him in this discussion? The human. Okay. Next question. Which human? We have the soldier, who's a crossbowman, and we have Ak. The bard, then? Is who I'm naming Turok? Because I feel like I should name the soldier Turok. Like, if you're going to be a full-on shitposter, we might as well... Yeah, okay, so the bard, then. You're confirming you want the bard. Going once? The soldier. Okay, not the bard. Turok. You know, fun fact, I've never played a Turok game and I've never seen a Turok game being played. I've only ever seen stills and screenshots of Turok, and occasionally they come up in a YouTube video for like half a second. Anyway, he easily changes his mind and will generally go with the prevailing view on anything. He is very polite and observes appropriate rules of decorum when possible. Although he is troubled by this, since he has this tendency in himself, since he finds dignified society to be stifling and silly when properly considered. He seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, such as that time that he was on the N64, and does not often feel lustful, like the time that he was on the N64. And he is a friendly individual, except to those who played his game on the N64, and is conflicted by this nature because he really liked being in a game on the N64, and would ideally prefer more strife in his life, so he wants to be back on the N64. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and doesn't handle stress well, and has an active sense of humor about the lack of line of sight that he has because of the massive amounts of fog on the N64, and tends to be wasteful when working on projects with his RAM usage, which is why it lagged. Anyway, he is very humble and is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He often feels envious of others, mostly 007, GoldenEye, and how many copies they sold, and tends to be passive in discussions and is often nervous. He is trusting, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dude's head so big? No, your head's so big. Anyway, he personally finds artwork boring. Yeah. And values family and does not really value skills related to fighting. Oop. And his hair is somewhat greasy and extremely long, and his eyelashes are very long and fluttery. But nobody can see them because the graphics are so bad. Anyway, his one friend in the fort died, and he's a crossbowman. Hey, Wretched Television. It has been a minute. Where have you been all these months? Weeks? Years? Definitely months. Not really a serious question, more just like a how you been kind of thing. What you been up to? Just gonna geld that goat. I feel like that's most people with sentience in regards to does not like his job. Like, just in reality. Like, in current universe Earth, that's just a lot of people. I almost want to say, like, a majority, but I could be wrong on that. Okay, I should be able to go down a layer. Let's see. No. But what I can do is I can channel down a layer. Big brain. And then build floors on top of it. And smooth the edges. Before it becomes a puddle, because it will become a puddle. And then go down into here and just go vump, thump, and remove these. I like my job? I do. I didn't for years. This is the first job I've had that I've liked, actually. Oh, that's not true. The very first job I ever had, I liked. But there are days I don't like my job. Certainly. But yes, you are correct. I do, in fact, like my job. I'm one of the lucky ones. You have 2 jobs and you like both of them? Fair enough. Both can get tiring, though. I feel like that's most actions that you do for hours. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I'm exhausted at the minute. I've had a lot of bad sleep nights recently. Oh, there we go. Humans. Trade sentiments are cautious. I mean, I would be cautious about entering this map. Especially with the agitated Kias and stuff. That's probably from the humans, actually. Let's see if I can sell you if possible. Nope. We'll sell you. Sell all these. Sell these. Sell these. Sell those. Lukewarm trade sentiments from another round of humans. Let's bring totems. Because I've got a few of those. And bolts. Not the iron ones. Oh gosh, I need to make more bolts. Holy shit. Cooper? You can't play your favorite game for 40 hours a week. If I felt like I had to do it, I would get tired of it? No, absolutely. I don't know, I'm generalizing. I think some people forget that it's very exhausting to be entertaining. Sure. This isn't gonna turn into a pity me party. Please don't. No, I'm in a very fortunate position. Where did I put that farmer's shop? I know I have one. Somewhere. At least I thought I had one. Anyway, this down here is going to be where I'm going to put my stoneworkers. Or at least 2 of them. It might actually be a Cooper tool in DF someday. I think they'd be flavor for it. I make barrels. So, like, the reason Tarn has said that dwarves don't have tools for things other than mining is just the number of different, like, uniforms they would need. But is there a way to see what animals were added? Either go look at the game's files or scroll down the list in arena mode. Like, person in chat already kind of nailed it. They brought a bush tit and a horse. God damn it. Stupid humans. Tisk. That's how I feel. I'll just buy some shoes. What else can I buy from you? Buy the bags. Buy the bins of cloth and stuff. Sure, I'll buy the bolts. Why not? And I'll buy those. Buy the cheese, because why not? Buy the books, because why not? And trade. Actually, don't buy the Ren. Then the other one, they brought tin and zinc and other crap. Buy the books. Don't have as much purchasing power anymore because I already sold all the bolts. I'll buy some more cheese and call it a week. It's possible to set training ammunition, but I don't. Not because I don't not because you can't, but because I just don't care. If you click on the ammo button here, you can set training ammunition. So if you want to use disposable ammunition and train them, you absolutely can. I just don't bother. I just get them to train wrestling. Like if I wanted to use training ammunition, I could assign it and then set up a separate. Like, if you're going to use training ammunition, the way to do it is, like, go over here. Where's the thing? There it is. Go over here and then make, like, 2-ish of these. I just made one big one, but if I make one, accept it, make a shoot north, go here, accept it, shoot north, then I could, like, put a chest in here, assign these dwarves to store their ammos here, assign training ammos to the 2 squads, and then they would swap to the training ammos one at a time and go shoot at targets. But they only use them one at a time, so you need to have them training in a barracks anyways. Yeah, I mean, you can do it. Here, I'll set it up, because why not? You got a lot of equipment mismatch canceling? Sounds like you've done something weird with your setups, if that's the case, but... Like, ammo, if I just add a new ammunition type, and just say bolts for training, and we'll just say bone bolts for training, then they'll use... Well, actually, I can just get rid of these, because these all don't matter. So I don't have any of those. So bone bolts for training, and bolts... Add ammunition, bolts. What am I missing here? Oh, I see. They're all down at the bottom. For combat, metal bolts. So metal bolts are for combat. I'm also going to go here and set the amount. We'll say, I don't know, 120 for bone bolts for training. And down here, I'm going to be like 400 for combat. That's it, basically. And then you have to do that with the other squad too. Then they'll do it. But everything else still works the same. I will say that you don't need to worry as much about only having one wide lines, because they stick to fortifications now if there are fortifications. It's like the whole system basically is significantly more straightforward. Military, archery. Let's go here. Just the top one. Not going to worry about the bottom one. But now I just need to wait for one of those chests to get made. I mean, you can do that, but let me tell you this, Wretched, if you're building a fort like this, I mean, that's what I said to do in that video, so they already know that system. But if you're building a fort like this, I have like 30,000 bone bolts already. That's a made-up number. But the last time I looked, it was over 8,000 bone bolts. We have enough to use them. Like, if anything, if you do that, it's going to be one of those situations where you're just going to have an overwhelmingly large number of hauling jobs, and that's not good. Like, that is objectively a bad thing in Dwarf Fort. So I don't think it's a bad idea to do that. So now that I've set it for that, they will just go stick their extra ammo in there. See? Like, I'm making wooden bolts, I'm making iron bolts, and I'm making bone bolts. And we're just going to end up with quadrillions of them. Like, that's totally fine. I've never seen Jurassic World and didn't know that Chris Pratt was in Jurassic World, YouTube chat, so thanks for telling me that Chris Pratt was in Jurassic World, because I actually didn't know that. Your bone bolts get out of control. Yeah. That is one of those tutorials I should go back and remake, but realistically, most of the information is still accurate. Could be better, but it's fine for what it is. So now all of these squad ammo is just going to fill this up. It's going to be a little bit ridiculous, but... So it's just this agitated giant wren and the agitated Kia who are flapping around. And now I'm going to start building some more housing. Also, sorry if I kind of do the no, don't bother thing when you give people advice in the chat, but it's just like... There's some things in Dwarf Fortress where it's like you will actually just have a much easier time if you just don't do it the way some people have said in the past, including myself, how to do things. Slightly. In regards to exaggerations. I feel like my frame rate would be a little worse if I had quadrillions of anything. Within a dozen orders of magnitude. Sure. But this is Dwarf Fortress. They work within dozens of orders of magnitude. So it's well within acceptable estimation inaccuracies. But this isn't an estimation. There are probably over 1 billion spiders within 10 tiles of this map that I'm on right now. That is just a fact. Well, I mean, the walls are made of stone, but yeah, largely made of wood. I'm making stuff out of wood to intentionally just piss off the elves. Because I want them to go to war with me and bring cool animals. And I'm hoping that we'll get, like, dwarves versus dinos. Speaking of, Conifer Fir Forest. Dunes. Fir Forest. Jungles. Continent. I'm sorry, the Jungle of Virginity? Sure. I'm going to go make some contact and improve some trade with you. I'm going to go begin trading with you. 2 different missions. Good luck there, Dwarf. Well, I mean, if they don't bring me dinosaurs, then I will get dinosaurs from them. One of the two is going to happen. Not sure which, but one of them will. Uh-oh, something just caved in because I'm a dumb. Should have seen that coming. It's okay, people injured, that's fine. We just need to move them right there, which is definitely the hospital, yes. You'll be fine. You'll also be pissed off and upset, but you'll be fine. Go, I did that. Get you done. Human swordsman is visiting. Small worlds might not have full sets of factions, so you need to check out what's out there? Or are you responding to a question or asking me something? Or telling me something? I'm confused. I'm looking for a question and I don't see that it's what's being responded to, but maybe I'm just missing it. Do I need to scroll up? Also, hey Mark, what's up, dude? Honestly, the number, Mark, the number of times people have been like, Blind, do you think that web spitters are OP? How do I deal with fire creatures? It's like literally Mark's dwarves. And they're like, I've never used those. I was like, that's why they're not OP. It's just because you've never used them. Like, that is how you avoid a lot of those creatures. Like, that is your hard counter. A granite top, even. Who's pissed in the military? You? Abil? Boop. Swap-a-rooney you out. That sucks. Maybe you should use your freezer instead. Instead of, your oven. Or refusing to use your oven. Right lower teeth are gone. Well, that's kind of crazy. There's apparently no civilized population here. Oh, never mind. It's a human monastery. I'm dumb. That's the one that's no civilized civilization. Send these squads to go acquire stuff. We'll see what we can get. Just going to take you off of constant training, let them go do other things if they want. I do agree that learning is fun. I haven't seen Velocipeople. At least, although I didn't go looking too deeply. I feel like those are just kobolds. We're getting more... Uh-oh. Giant birds! Oh no, we're getting more giant birds! Ah! feel like this could go bad. Unless they get inside quickly. Keep running, dwarves. Dwarf entered a martial trance. Well, that's good, I'm sure. What the oh, it's an agitated giant chipmunk. You know, that's just a chipmunk with a craving for nuts. That's what that is. That's hysterical. What else do we have? Bunch of chipmunks. Another yak. That one's caught in a cage still. And also that horse that I caught. Going for a run, are we? Actually, maybe I should swap this squad to melee for a bit. Maybe I'll do that with the other one. I kind of need a melee squad. Not Alvin. Yeah, exactly, right? Let's just scroll down to the caverns real quick. Go over here. Smelting magnetite ore again from the looks of things. Just gonna mine that out. Let's mine these, because why not? See what we go mine. Not seeing any combat at the minute. That's good. You do, in fact, still have tickets, Necroy. Although, you haven't been here in a while, so it's possible you were one of the few who missed out on the data loss. I lost about 2 years worth of tickets, Necroy. Long time no see, dude. I mean, everybody keeps talking about how they want lizard men to ride dinos. That's kind of like, you know, Goofy having a pet dog. I want to see kobolds befriending raptors, and I want to see troglodytes ride dinos. That's what I want. Troglosaurus comedy. Oh, you're going to die. There's no way this Kia survives this. Never mind. This Kia survived that. Oh, we're in an ad break. I will pause game. But if there was a giant man walking around, you'd ask for a lift. True, totally. You'd also probably get squashed. You'd be like, huh? Splat. Tends to work out so well in most forms of media. Yesterday you encountered your first bronze colossus and it was the end of your fortress and there was nothing you could do to hurt it. My favorite bronze colossuses are the ones that somehow magically end up with like a sock equipped or a shirt and do nothing but just like wet towel whip the dwarves forever. That shit's just the best. I absolutely love it when that happens because it's just so silly. It's just like, I'm just going to run at you and just whap, 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 whap. See how much luck you have. Kobolds riding wolves? That's too goblin-y. That's too goblin-y. No, when I say I want kobolds to be friends with raptors, I don't mean like riding raptors. I mean like Kobolds can't understand kobolds. Like, that's like kind of the joke about kobolds in Dwarf Fortress, is they are so fucking dumb and their language is so fucking inept that they are incapable of understanding what they're trying to say to one another. And I think it would be hysterical if, just like for reasons, raptors understand them. That is what I want. I just want raptors to be able to speak kobold. Like, that would just be very funny to me. That's all. What's the giant black bird? It's, where is it? It's a Kellenken. Not to be confused with a Helen Keller. That's totally different. But no, it's a Kellenken, whatever that is. It's a very large predatory bird that I've trained for war, but it got injured, so I'm keeping it down in here just in case I'm able to get a second one, because then I'd have a breeding pair. Uh-oh. Mr. Mega whatchamacallit has forgotten its training. Agitated mountain goat. That's just a very normal mountain goat. Also, I think I need to make my hospital not absolute trash, which it is right now. So I'm going to, I think, actually just make it right here. Do I have tables? Let's just make wooden. Let's make rock tables. Rock table. Rock mechanism. Cloth rope. We'll do 4 of each of those. Maybe 10 tables. Yeah, we'll do 10 tables and 10 mechanisms. And, I can make a well back here. Very easily. Be able to form tribes. There's like a billion things that you could point at in Dwarf Fortress and be like, I hope this gets an update. You know, like, I would love to see them do literally anything more than what they currently do. Just means there's lots of room for improvement, really. And I think that's a kind of an overwhelmingly good thing, generally. That there's just tons of stuff that could easily be added onto. Yet a family of giants? Yeah. A leather worker's been taken by a Famood. I mean, one of my favorite bugs in Dwarf Fortress, which has been accepted as a mechanic because I want to make it more official because I really like it, is because giants and Entons and Minotaurs can talk. They can join factions in Legends mode. And because they can join factions, that means they can also join things like religions. Which, in simple terms, means it is possible for them to run a religion. Even though they are, like, you know, without even, like, being mean to them as creatures, like monsters, right? And that just, you know, will eat and kill other creatures. And I think that's incredible. Like, genuinely, I love that. That they can just, like, join a religion, because fuck it. Native platinum? Oh my god. Well, that's cool. That was quick. We've got another construction happening. This is... Woolly rhinoceros wool cloth. Nice. Yak leather copper bars. Cool, cool, cool. Tech-It hasn't left the map yet. Why? Oh, because you're injured. Well, get out of the squad then. Okay, so down in here, this is just going to become my hospital. But first, let's just do bed. Oh. Bed. Just waiting on those mechanisms. Traction benches. I need to actually make a mechanic shop, I think. Yes, I do. And you are going to become a well with one of those mechanisms and ropes.
Can hardly catch streams, but your YT content has been great lately.
I'm glad you've been liking it, dude. Thanks for swinging by when you can. Means a lot. Cool. But yeah, I'm glad you're getting something out of it. And I'm going to do something that some of you might think is really mean. So I'm going to apologize in advance. I'm going to go to all of my trained animals because I have a breeding pair of babies down here. I'm going to butcher all of these. Actually, I'll leave the lady ones alive for a little bit, but I'm butchering all of them. The reason I'm doing this is because the babies can be fully trained and tamed, so they don't go wild again. And that's going to remove a lot of liability issue from this. Beard Matlock. Is Matlock from something? That name's familiar. Adil, the leather worker, has created Dalarath Throb, a yak leather high boot, and claims it as a family heirloom. Bop. Not bad. I don't really... Also, I know that your name is Matlock, but I don't have guard dwarves specifically, but I have a militia, which I could give a name like that. Melee or ranged would be my question. Rhino biscuits, sure. These are wild yaks that are not mine, so we're just gonna get rid of them. At least I presume so. I really hope those weren't, like, from the traders. That would be very awkward if that was a mistake that I just made. Oh well. Excellent. Let's grab you. I mean, so awkward. So what do you think, Matlock? Would you like a dwarf that's melee or ranged? I mean, I'm using DF hack if that's what you're wondering, which is a question I get 245,000 times per hour between all of the trillions of dimensions and possibility spaces of reality. Melee K. Oopsies. I need a proper doctor. I need a proper surgeon. I need a proper bone doctor. Let's get to it. And then this right here is going to become a well. Oops, that's not what the direction I wanted to go. I wanted to go down. I read that as beard Matlock, not preferably with a beard named Matlock. Anyway, Matlock, you are Crowdwheel. He is very quick to anger, does not trust others, and prefers to present himself modestly. He is curious and eager to learn, and he doesn't not try to get things done perfectly. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and doesn't seek out excitement. He can handle stress, and he lives a fast-paced life. He has a greedy streak, and he tends to avoid crowds. He often gives his knuckles a good crack when he's thinking hard, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill, and personally does not fathom why anyone would want to live an orderly and harmonious society. He sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. Does not care about friendship. He likes bituminous coal, bismuth, and citrine, as well as yaks for their shaggy hair, the words of the lessons of sweetness, and the sight of the tulip of bewildering. And when possible, of course, he prefers to consume rhubarbs and cherry wine, and absolutely hates leeches. It's getting there. Certainly getting there. You would like to pray. Ooh, I should make a temple. But before I'm going to let you pray, boop, I'm going to pop over to me. By me, I mean me. And we are going to go steal some things. So this is a human fort. The equal murders. They're not part of a wider civilization. Same with this. I'm gonna go attack them. Wish us luck, chat. Wish us luck. I'm sure we're gonna need it. Instead of doing this, let's just do this along the edge. A momentous day. Oh, it's a day, all right. I don't know about momentous. Oh, we do actually have a mayor. Shit, I need to set up a notification for that again. Oops, nope, that's a meeting zone, not a bedroom. Clicked 1, 2. Off. And the mayor's office is going to go up here. You're going to get a table and a chair made of oak and a chest. And the tired coal. Oi, 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 oi. So many random naked people. Nope. Getting attacked by agitated ravens, a very angry chinchilla, a wren. We'll see how that goes. I'm just going to deconstruct this and move it because surface is getting a little dicey. Dicey, feisty. Make this into a little trading zone down here. And I'm going to throw a chest into here. Over here, I'm just going to go make a well. More citizens, nah. Okay, so squads. Heading out to raid. Matlock is being slow, but he made it. That's good. Alrighty, chat. How long do you guys suppose that this psychotic fort of stupid is going to last? Ooh, eradicating monsters. You're a human spearman. Sure. I'll accept you. The reason we have so many visitors is because my mayor took a while to become signed up officially as a mayor. Turns out he didn't do his paperwork. It's on me, but... Chat, would you move to this fort? What do you think? Too horrible? Livable? Tolerable? Inconceivable? Alright, squads have returned. Let's see how my first mission went. These were all just improved trades. My attempt to improve trades with elves was a resounding failure. I'm actually going to go attempt to improve trade again, because that was a failure, but let's check out this raid. You wouldn't move to any forts in DF? There's one or two I've made in history that I wouldn't mind, like if I already lived in the universe. The defenders were led by a human named Par Wet Balanced. Gotta balance the wetness. The human Arben was struck down by Rimtar, and a human named Par Wet Balanced was struck down. Yulstop was also struck down. All right, well, let's do it again. I'm just gonna keep attacking these guys because there's not very many of them, so that makes it not super threatening and like kind of likely that we'll win the fights. Which is kind of what you want, kind of. Let's go here, cage. Boop, boop, boop. That's what you want. Above ground wood, and it's starting to look like a human home. Humans build little huts. They don't build these towers. No, this is more like a cosplaying Necromancer tower. It's like Necromancer Tower homemade edition. That's kind of how I'm seeing it. Necromancer Tower homebrew, maybe? I don't know. I really like building forts that are just like outside of my normal comfort zone. I find it to be really satisfying because I always end up with some really weird things. I'm just going to make this into a little dorm and just assign these to non-military dwarves who are here more often and using them more often. Because the dwarves sleep in that barracks when they are here. Oh, you want to eradicate monsters? That's good. Get attack. Get attack them. Got 2 lovers. It's got elf earrings. Chat, what do you think? Should I let this human square-plated join us? Uh-oh. I also just realized I am very much shooting in the wrong direction. See, there they go. This is a dwarf training. And goes back and stores squad equipment. Probably will go get more whenever they're available. You up here can go away for a wee bit. And I'm I'm gonna go over to here and just be like, cloth. This is actually like really tedious in ways. I'm sorry, what? We've discovered a downward passage. That's interesting. The Tangled Flags and the Hore Songs are visiting, apparently. Where did that go? There it is. Oh. It's actually an upward passage, not a downward passage. Oh, okay, so it goes up to this upper level. That's kind of fun. Can't be a bad guy. I mean, what could possibly go wrong, right? This is going to be where I'm going to move my trading depot, which I need to get placed here sooner than later. Oopsies, that is not what I wanted. Just choosing closest, apparently. Zombie dinos? I don't have any necromancers on this map, so no. None that I've seen. Do they exist? Maybe. I haven't seen any. We are really close to a necromancer tower, so it wouldn't surprise me if we... How'd the second fight go? Oh, yeah, we actually got spoils report. That's good. It wouldn't surprise me if we end up... We stole treasure. What do we get? Bunch of random shite. Got it. Hey, they got some wine, though, and a barrel for it. That's good. I once had a dwarf get some wine. Or not wine, but like a beverage of some kind as like spoils of war. And the funny thing was, it's like, yeah, they went there and they got the spoils of war. Let me go get these books. But it immediately just poured on the ground and evaporated. Just kind of hysterical, if you ask me. It's Mitchell! Thanks for the raid. Hello. How was your stream today? How are you liking the update? People keep asking me that, so what do you think of it? Need to make this bigger. But how's things, Mitchell? Wine is a bit elfish, though. My fucking brother in Christ. Everything is elfish to you guys. Dwarves literally make wine out of plump helmets. The fuck? You can't just be like, that's elfish. Come on, dude. Elves don't even make alcohol. Everyone ends up killing each other in a spiral before very long. I mean, every time I settle next to a necromancer tower, they don't attack me quick enough, and I just murk it with my squads. So we'll see how this goes. Your flying dino died? I don't have any dinos, but I have this big scary bird with a red beak, which looks cranky. And I want to get a second one. And I have... a bunch of agitated birds. And I have these guys. These cool rhino things, which I'm assuming are going to take 10 years to grow up. That's just an assumption. I don't know. Nope. But if you don't know who Smitchell is, Chad, if you like Dwarf 40 stuff, you should go give Smitchell a follow. Smitchell's good people. Thumbs up. Can recommend. Let me just jump up here to missions, improve trade, send it. And a human pikeman is visiting. No. Also, hey, Darren. Sure, Matthew. Well, it's good to see you. You need to lurk. Time for dinner. Enjoy your din-din. Looks like I need to do it. My mods are all sleeping. Well, there we go. Now for whenever traders arrive for autumn. Do stuff with that. I've got an agitated emu, so a normal emu, and another giant bird. And let's also just say animals. And I'm going to actually just let the dwarves leave here to go pick stuff up. Because then they can haul in cages and such. Stream tomorrow? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, today and tomorrow's streams are going to be a little shorter than normal. We're not going to go for the full 8 hours. Mostly because I do more work off stream than I think some people realize. And I'm already fucking pooped. It's been a long week. I don't know if it's showing, but I'm feeling kind of loopy. I need to cut more gems. The week is dragged for you? I wouldn't say it's dragged, but the first few days dragged. Yesterday and today didn't. But that's just because I knew there was a patch coming, right? And I know that I suffer from a similar syndrome as a lot of chat where it's like, I'm totally cool with knowing when updates are coming out, but the second I know that there's an update coming out, I don't care about the current game and just want the update. Which isn't a bad thing, you know, it gives me something to be excited for, but still, it's like... That's kind of funny. We're about to get hit by some ads. I will pause the game when the ads hit, though. It's always funny. I looked at the YouTube chat, and there's somebody who just noticed there's a necromancer in their fort. It's always amusing to me when people are like, there's a necromancer in my fort. It's like... When a necromancer arrives in one of my forts, it is the first fucking thing I notice. Like, the first goddamn thing. Okay, so I'm going to go down to this level. Just dig down a little bit. Because I need some actual storage. Currently, I don't have any. Are they bad to have? I mean, not really. They can be. Oh, shit! Okay, so we went to go improve trade. It was a failure, as to be expected. We went to go improve trade. It was a success. Well, that's good. Some of the elves are improving trade. We went to go explore a place. We went and looted some stuff from an abandoned temple. And as part of that, we freed a human named Timmick Watchful-Fought, who was a previous slave or prisoner of some sort. I love it when this happens. This doesn't happen very often. This is why you should always explore abandoned temples and sites, because you might find slaves and stuff that like were imprisoned or prisoners or hostages or something that are still stuck there. Legends has not worked in quite some time. I've been hoping someone would help me update it, and maybe one day soon it'll work. I'm gonna accept that. And not you. So when a human or somebody joins you for Sanctuary, they immediately become bestie friends with you. So they can do stuff right off the bat, like immediately, which is cool. Well, we're going to go do that again. Let's go see what else I can find. I feel like just attacking a populated monastery is probably bad. Probably bad. I don't know. That's Hey, chat. How do you feel about the name of a place, Blow Cobra? They're definitely G.I. Joe affiliated, I think. Human, or not humans, dwarves have arrived to trade. They're cautious. Crown. Yuppers. Ammo. Bin. It's all iron. It's all wood. That's a mix. We'll do the mix. Send clothing. What is damaged? And that stupid trading axe. It's the only one. Good. And also some of these anvils. I mean, the thing about checking the dwarves in regards to having a necromancer is if you just scroll down this list like once, there will be a giant obvious purple name that says necromancer in all caps. Like, they're pretty hard to, like, miss. I don't know. It's not a bad idea to do that once in a while just to, like, check moods and such. And down here, let's also... There we go. The Guzreg. That's my faction. Even though apparently our trade sentiments are lukewarm. Made a lot of progress today? I guess so, yeah. I don't feel like I have, but... Felt cute, made a zombie army. Might delete later. Still, that's kind of where I'm at with that. Sure, I'll take the 1 gold bar, why not? They probably didn't bring anything fun because they're dwarves. Yeah, no, nothing crazy. Buy the rum, though. Buy the iron pick, because why not? Bup, 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 bup. Trade. And for the other, oh, now we just wait. The outpost liaison meets with my dwarf. There's much to share. I'ma say, I don't know. What do I want? Fuck it, bring me barrels. Get some weird liquids. They have a need for windows. Okay. Some rando entertainer. Squads have returned again. Let's see how this exploratory run went. You don't need to fiddle with labors in regards to labors. The game seems to pick some guys over and over, like one guy with his little workshops interrupted to haul. I mean, wait, what? Okay, what are you trying to say? Half of your guys are stuck in worships. It sounds like you've got a need somewhere. Like most of what you're stating in the YouTube chat is just like, it sounds like you've got a very strong need. It's not that it's picking the same people over and over. It's just you don't have other tasks for them to do that they want to do more. And like messing with order of operations isn't going to make things better. Shrine walls. This is a really promising area for like imprisoned critters. So let's. Oopsies. There's no civilized population there. It's weird that it's kind of counterproductive that it says attack, even though there's nothing. Even though there's no population there, that's like. Actually needs attacking, you know? Send all of my military off map. Good luck, dwarves. Go get them. It's kind of sketchy. This dude's just like hanging out in a tree. Sure, you're a legendary potter. I definitely believe you on that. Also, look, he's got little cloth like pants on and gloves. That's cool. I do really, honestly, I'm not gonna lie, this might be one of my favorite patches as far as like new content being added to the game since Necromancer experiments. Just because of how like weird that patch was. Why is that canceling? Giant Wren inaccessible, but where is it? Oh, duh. I'm stupid. Okay, well. Bark, 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 bark. Hi, Weed. How are you? Bark, 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 bark. There we go, leaving the map once more. Is that a big moon in the list of characters? So this is in the others, so this is just like visitors. One of the visitors is a necromancer experiment who also happens to be a zombie. And for some reason is just chilling over here in a tree. It's a demon of night. Which probably also is a power metal song somewhere that goes something like, "This the demon of night!" If I had to bet. Francis Sport, hello. Happy Friday. There will be a stream on Saturday, too. Fighting against the demons of night. Oh, eradicating monsters? Otto. Otto, you do. Otto is a 98-year-old elderly gentleman who would like to show up here for the purpose of eradicating monsters. Grandpa, I think you'll die. Like, I understand that you have a noble roots, but that seems like seems like a bad way to go. Is this just like, oh, I see. You're a member of the Society of Mead and and you worship the Coven of Symmetry, so thus you're a Twitch chatter who thinks that you know everything and are here to go kill the monsters. What do you think, Jet? Should we let Otto Noble Root of the Coven of Symmetry and the Society of Mead join the fort? I tend to accept like 1% of performers, but most troops if they're dwarven. Some of them if they're humans. I don't, so Bob the Turnip, you're in Twitch chat, so thus you should help. Do you think we need to let this dude join? Yes, no. Lexi says yes. Okay, we'll do her. So the Guzzlebug down here. They did in fact bring dodo meat. Not much of it though. Trade. And then the other one. Is this one I already traded with? Yes. Let's buy the scrolls. It's too heavy for them to take everything, so I will also take these and trade it. Send it. You might need an IV of caffeine after work. I mean, a cup of coffee would do her. Hey, look, squirrel. A red one. Nah. Yeah, I will accept performance troops if they have interesting members of society as part of them. But if it's just like, you know, a bunch of humans or elves, I'm like, eh. But if I can use that as a way to get like some interesting creatures in, I'm down. I think I'm out of rocks. I think I am in fact out of rocks. This is one of the sloppiest, soggiest fucking cavern layers I've ever seen. All right, let's just go down here. Thunk. Kerplunk. But thunk. Mine out all this. Just get me some boulders, please. Because I desperately need blocks. And I literally have none. I mean, there's ones in the middle of the screen. The question I've actually gotten a million times already is, have I killed a Tyrannosaurus Rex yet? Which, based on like frequency and rarity of creatures in Dwarf Fortress, that might take weeks, if not months, maybe even years. But we found these guys. These are pretty cool. These are these like prehistoric rhino things with like crowbars as their nosers, which are pretty cool. We've got tame baby ones, and I murdered some of the adults because they're not war trainable, so we're just using them as livestock anyway. If I go down to here, I also have this thing, which is like a fucking murder bird, which I bought from the elves, but it's going to need to... I need a breeding pair in order to get more of them, because I only bought one. So if I can find more, then I will do that, but I'm just kind of leaving them... local primarily for the time being. It seems like my axe dwarves are returning. When they hit things with their axe, they're a thwack dwarves. See how this exploration trip went. How did I get them? The rhinos just showed up and I caught them in a cage. The bird I purchased from the elves. A bunch of books. From the looks. Nothing exciting. Just books. See if I can find any destroyed elven or goblin sites that I could raid. And search through. Stuff like that, maybe. That's just another monastery. This is a very heavily populated world, like, man. So this human fort is a little bit far away. It is part of a civilization, though. Chat, do you guys ever explore abandoned sites, or do you primarily just go after, like, populated sites to attack? Because I really like starting off with, like, doing very little actual sieging and just, like, scouting and looting and acquiring. Yeah, usually for the books, but sometimes like you just get random fun other surprises. Horror match. What a good name. Send it. Kodiak, it's good to see you, man. Thanks for the 56 months. Checking to get a big round of beers for Kodiak. Obler bride cleaned. Wait, bride cleaned? A human? Wait, Quaspo? And no bolts. Well, makes sense why you're a hammerman then. You know what? Sure. Welcome to the fort. You dum-dum. You like searching for artifacts? Yeah, that's kind of just what it is, right? Hemp plants, good stuff. Just gonna get rid of you and get rid of you. Grr. There we go. We actually have chalk coming up here again. Just gonna put that more in the middle. Oopsies, that's not the tool I wanted. That be the tool that I wanted. So the reason I'm channeling this down is because this is the top of an aquifer, and I'm making additional space. Basically like reclaiming the rumored shows. Are their shows just a rumor? Seems like it's just a bunch of humans and or naked elves. Eh. Also got agitated ravens. Just 2 of them. You don't normally attack non-civ sites, but for your last fort, you sent dozens of raiding parties at one that refused to die. So, true story about dwarves. No matter how much you want to be purely 100% rar, I'm evil, you'll have a hard time of it as a dwarf because dwarves kind of refuse to be evil in a lot of cases. So, something you're going to need to do, but what I mean by refuse to be evil is they won't kill civilians. So if there's a location and all that's left is civilians, they literally will not hurt them. So essentially, if you're sitting there going like, I need to kill everybody who lives in this particular location, and most of them are civilians, you just won't be able to. So you actually have to send a dwarf to go take over it, basically. With ion walls and popcorn. I'm down. And didn't explore. Searched horror match. Let's see. Book for the love of the Dark Fortress. Do we understand the goblins? Obviously not. The knowledge of hide ghouls and goblin in practice and errors in a horror match and the strange horror match. Those are all the books that we acquired legitimately for our collection. Record of the Mountain Home. The Dwarf in the modern era. Musings on Genius. Storage Within. More mountain halls. Excellent. You know what the fortress needs, chat? More mountain halls. Okay, this might be the busiest monastery I've seen. We're just going to go for that one. Nope. Get back out there, Cobalt Bucks. Although Cobalt Bucks, I will throw some additional dwarves. In with you. To go acquire some basic weapons. Get to it. Go help. I'll say, hey, curses. And Gazoom. Uh-oh. Not even sure what collapsed there. Something did. Oops. I don't think anybody died. It must have been that one singular ladder tile, hey? Some migrants have arrived. Ooh. Novice Swords Dwarf, Axe Dwarf. They all have combat skills. Well, obviously we're going to need to make another squad now, aren't we? Let's see. Let's do another crossbows. Zasset, Bembul, Tun, Tekid, Rekist. Not Kulet. Because Kulet does not, in fact, have functional hands. So that makes the whole task a little bit tricky. More people want to join the fort. They're just humans. Still figuring out basic logistics before expeditions. Gotcha. As long as you go after places with no civilized population, there's no repercussions, which might be the most colonialist pilled thing I've said ever. Anyway, as long as you're only attacking places with no civilized populations, there's no repercussions. So go nuts, I guess. It's a little grim, but that's his job, yeah. I'm the whole goal of Calcium Crypt is to get on CoffeeZilla. This is a not well-known fact in the slightest, but a thing that Calcium Crypt has been trying since Calcium Crypt was brought into sentience. So literally never. Speaking of sentience, did any of you guys see that article, which was if LLMs are sentient, then so are goats in Age of Empires? It's like the person who built like the basic fundamentals of LLM logic in an Age of Empires custom map to make a point. It's a really good article, actually. It was fucking neat. It really was. Also, as somebody who built too many custom maps in Age of Empires when I was a child, it was real fucking neat. Oh, hey! The denomination of nightmares, they sound friendly, have many worshippers here and now would like a temple and a priest. I think I can provide. You really liked custom maps, but you never built any? Yeah, that's fair. Do I have any open places up in here? I do, back here. This is gonna be a real tiny ass temple, but the tiny ass temple. They're gonna worship the holy shoe. I'll accept that. Just gonna start making fancy foods. Is what we're going to do. You would not frequent any ass temple. It's the smelly temple. All hail the temple of ass. You gotta take off for the day and do some recording yourself. Have a good rest of the stream. We'll see you later, Kenton. Take care, dude. Have a good Friday. We'll be on tomorrow for a bonus stream, if you want to call it that. I may just like stop accepting performers pretty soon. Okay, we got another squad. They're back. I think we're just gonna keep going after this place because this temple has a ridiculous number of things in it. The Church of Cremating. I guess it's the Church of Burning. The Denomination of Nightmares, that's not ominous or foreshadowing. Not at all. How could it possibly be ominous or foreshadowing? Also, apparently we're at war with this human mountain halls. I'm going to send my top 2 squads, and we're going to try and raise it. How dare you? How dare you take over our mountain halls and then pretend that they're yours? Pathetic humans. Reject these dudes going forward. I mean, obviously the temple needs to go up top. That's obviously what needs to happen. Did we start that? Maybe. Can neither confirm nor deny whether or not I started the war, because for all we know, for all you know, there's always been a war. I mean, dwarves would never start a war. Sometimes wars happen, and they're not our fault, and we want out. But that is not a war that we started, because you have no proof that we started the war, and if you did, I would deny it. So, we did not start that war. You heard it here first. No war. Definitely not. Smelt native platinum. It smelts like native platinum. I think there's like 3 of them. Let's do 4. And now I'm just going to wait for a minute. But thank you for the entertainment. Happy to help, dude. It was an interesting stream from some freakish ancient animals. Yeah. We've always been at war. How could we have started it? I almost stuttered the started it. Started it. The hell am I saying? Speaking of war, though, we did make an awfully large number of axes recently. I'm going to throw one of the... you know what? Actually, no. We're not going to throw the war elephants on you. It's like we should throw the war elephants on the dwarf. It's like, actually, maybe not. I feel like I should make some more tables. I make some iron tables. That's a waste of iron. Wooden tables. Wooden chairs. I also just realized I haven't made any cups. Copper goblets will do that. What color? Cherry. We'll do cherry color. And Walnut. I haven't seen a single dino yet, so... I mean, we've got prehistoric animals, but no dinos. So no nuggets. Sorry. We did just kill a giant raven, though. That's got to count for something. Bruh. That's a mighty funny job you got here. The Oaken Realms. So this human civilization, the Oaken Realms, is keeping slaves. I think we need to kill all of them. Not the slaves, the Oaken Realms. And his father's here? Oh, hi. Von Galactic and friends. Mods, if there's anybody lurking, could I get a shut up for Von, please? Chat, can I get a big round of beers for the Raiders? Hello, Raiders. How was stream? How you liking the patch? I don't have any dinos, but I do have whatever the fuck this bird is, who I bought from the elves. And if I go further down, past the elephants and everything else, and all the rotten shit and everything else, right here, we have these guys who are very disguised in with my baby elephants. These are kind of like funny prehistoric rhinos. They're kind of neat. Drowned dwarves? No. I mean, I drowned dwarves in the last fort. You could teach them how to swim. It's just a bit time consuming. Cheers, Lich King. They're very threatening. What I think is crazy is we finally have animal people that are now stronger than the great like rhino people and like massive unstoppable stuff. Like for people who play a lot of adventure mode, like the meta has shifted pretty dramatically, if you could even call it that. But we're building this kind of surface fort thingy. It's not the most logical of forts that I've built, but I'm doing it because, I don't know, sometimes you got to do something different. So that's all. That's currently what we're doing. Oh, I just straight up don't have enough chalk. That's fine. Let's just do conglomerate then. This is going to be a temple, is the plan. Oh, they can't go up there. Duh. It's okay. You can stay inside, Krampus, but my fort's outside, mostly. Well, that's not totally true. There's a few layers that are underground. But it's also it didn't intend it to be this way. But this is all aquifer, mostly. Like, this is one of the deeper aquifers I've encountered. And it's such a wildly obnoxious aquifer. I'm just like, you know what, fuck it. I'm just going to stay up on the surface. It's also a very shallow map, so that helps. Uh-oh, that's a named agitated raven. What'd you kill? Uh-oh. Killed a dwarf. That's not acceptable. They seem afraid of something. Actually, do they even have... They don't. I need to make more quivers. Make quivers! At least we got ammo. You're dealing with a heavy aquifer? It's a buzzkill? Yeah. I don't mind a heavy aquifer as long as it's only like 2 layers deep. The second it gets deeper than that, I'm like, I don't know. It's not even raining, though. It actually doesn't rain here all that often. This is a pretty dry map. There's an agitated emu head. It's still agitated even in death. That's what I was looking for. Well, grumble muffins. All right, let's go down to... Well, I think I'm out of coffins, but let's find out. I might need to make more. You're glad yours is so shallow? Yeah, I don't know. It fits the theme. This fort's designed to kind of be a little bit suicidal, though, so it's fine. It's fine. It's designed to be a bit suicidal because, like, I just want this to be a crazy war fort, and we're getting what I want, so that's good. Send them over here and inside a little bit. Oh yay, Abel was found dead. That's good. I didn't like that dwarf. The deepest one I ever dealt with was 40-something levels deep. And then I built a pump stack through it. That took a while, but I did it, and then I built a spiral staircase down through it. Just to fucking flex. Let's just do rock coffins. Yeah, whatever. Whatever material's closer. Not super picky, honestly. You want to, okay, Sink Ivy? Opie Sink Ivy. Oopsie Stink Ivy. Opie Sink Ivy. You want to join for soldiering? All right, sure. Join and get in the military. You're approved. Send it. How to get a quick job application approval rating here. Boom. Join the military. You'll love to see it. Did you buy a GameCube? Udamon? I signed up for one and then immediately, like, 4 hours later, just stepped out. I was like, I'm literally building a like, Steam Deck-ish spec computer through eBay parts. It's kind of what I'm targeting.
Work's kicking my butt, but I had to stop by to share.
Well,
Fort is looking rad as heck.
Good to know, Greg and then some. We'll see you later. Or rather, it's good to see you today. I hope that work isn't kicking your butt too bad. But, yeah. I don't know. Work's been kicking my butt this week. I'm pooped, dude. Brain's not fully functional either. It's been bad. I'm just saying dumb shit that I don't mean to say. Life goes on. So you didn't get in? That's unfortunate. Hey, Devildon. You know, your badge really checks out for this patch. Like, perfectly even. I don't even know what that relates to, but... Two more hours and then you're gonna fort so hard? I'm going to be streaming tomorrow as well, too. New patches like this got me all squirrely and wanting to stream. Should be a fun one. Although I am, like, trying... Well, actually, not really trying. I'm just keeping these streams a little bit shorter for the weekend so that I don't completely burn out for next week. Because I will be streaming on Tuesday. So if I stream up till Saturday, then, like, my editing day is going to end up being Sunday and Monday, so I'm basically just not taking a day off this week. Although, I say that, I'm going to take a day off. Just don't know which day it's going to end up being yet. Okay. Okay, so in here, as this stuff gets built, this is going to be that temple that they're demanding. For the, not the Order of Nightmares, the denomination of nightmares, completely unrelated and not even remotely similar to the Order of Nightmares. Hey chat, did you order the nightmares? Because if so, I got a temple for you. What's the value of that doing? Sanctuary of Spiders is the name of it. That's a good name, actually. A+. Oh, yeah, it's all the same god. It is all the same god. Bars. How much platinum do I has? 4. 1 platinum altar, please. Platinum altar. Don't you even think about altering the platinum, chat. That'd be inconceivable. Let's throw some additional peasants into here. Just fill up this squad fully. I'm a little worried about those dudes because somebody died. Maybe they'll make it back this year. They've been gone for a good couple weeks now. Although it was our first time actually attacking something that was populated, so we'll see how that goes. What are we attacking? What's fighting with us? We got giant birds, which are angry and cranky. Well, that's typical. Down into here. I'm gonna see if I can throw in some tombs. I got 9. Excellent. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm sorry, cyber decks? What's a cyber deck? Is that like a Steam Deck? It's clearly not a huge thing if I've never heard of it. I know what a Steam Deck is, but one of my artifacts is being seen passed to a thief. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. By whomst? No witnesses, my bud. Okay. Well, great. Chat, it's time to get a captain of the guard. Adil, congrats. You're a leader, so you're going to take the gerb. Also, my mayor's in the military. That's not acceptable. Tekid. I think you're in this squad, yeah? Gout. Okay. So who's this thief then? There's only like 45 possibilities. It's probably the naked elf, right? I was wrong. Disappointed. There we go. Report crime. Saw the object was missing. Saw the object was missing. Saw the object was missing, but it was seen being passed with. Okay. Do I just need to go through every single possible thief? There's probably going to be somebody who's more sus than somebody else, right? Like you? Nope, it's not you. Actually, what? Here's an idea. Ah. So, I think I found our thief. Potentially. Maybe not. No, that's just some unrelated bronze crossbow. Because it was this. That was over here, so it was the other gem. Okay, so it does hide it. Is it you, maybe? Nope. You, maybe? Nope. How about you, maybe? Yeah. Human criminal. Slightly sus. Slightly. Naked goblin, eh? Nope. What you? Nope. Can artifacts be hidden on their menu? Not historically. I don't know, a patch just released, so things could change. Although, actually, is there still more report crimes? Nope. Well, I guess it's gone then. I could start interrogating people, but see if somebody leaves. I kind of just have bigger problems in the fort. Okay, let's see how this fight went. Because we went and tried to raise a location out of nowhere. This was once a dwarven mountain hall and was taken over by humans. It was called Coppertell. The defenders were led by the Knight Warrior Legem Bridge Zeniths. Well, that's fun. The Knight's Demon Shorest Manor Tomes was struck down pretty quickly. That's horrible. I'm so sorry, Sortos. Another Knight's Warrior was struck down. Bunch of stuff was stolen. We rampaged throughout the place. We destroyed it. The remainders of the people who resided there have fled. We looted a bunch of stuff. What did we get for loot? Nothing particularly crazy. That's a bit of a shame. That we didn't get anything crazy. You only have access to the sounds if you subscribe at tier 2 or at one of the higher tiers on my blog. Stuff down here that's very densely populated with crap. Let's go hit this. But this is interesting. The leader of this squad died somewhere. Go get your gear again, dwarves. Main squad's now all back. Backup squad is going to go head out. So have you ever just like sat down, Sotark, and been like, I'm gonna go start a fort and find chimpanzees? Or have you ever sat down and been like, I'm gonna make a fort that's gonna have lions in it? About that rare. Because like, they're going to exist in certain areas. We know that a lot of them tend to reside in broadleaf forests. They're not all going to exist in every world. They're not all going to be accessible from every embark. And in some cases, they will be exceptionally rare, and in some cases, they will be very common. It entirely depends on where you happen to embark. There are ways to mitigate that rarity by like exploring in adventure mode and asking, or just doing a lot of embarks. But how rare are they? Have I seen the new bug yet? I saw a giant millipede, but I don't think that's what you mean. What's the new bug? Jaywood. But fairly common if you just mean dinosaurs. But if you're looking for a specific type of dinosaur, like, you're going to have to do some digging, probably. Dog with Meat, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you. Oopsies. What was the hotkey I did for that? Okay. You guys probably didn't notice that, but I kind of... There's a hotkey that is in this web interface, or what do you call it? QA user interface? I don't know. Desktop environment, that's the word I'm looking for. That throws me off sometimes if you hit, like, super key or Windows key, whatever you call it, and control and scroll in, which I did by mistake just now while trying to hit control and scroll in. It scrolls the actual screen in. Just throws me off sometimes. I was going to say, isn't that all just available in the RAWs, or am I crazy? Like, I thought that all of that data was just in the RAWs. Teledrith? Like, just exposed. Like, you don't need to extract it or anything. I could be wrong, though. It is? So then... Oh, are you just trying to, like, format it? Like, what are you doing exactly, then? I guess I'm just trying to figure out, like, why is that necessary? Okay, fair enough. Cool. Trust elves have cool animals? Yeah, I think, like, your best bet is just going to be stealing them, right? Like, there was already, like, 300-something animals in Dwarf Fortress. And now there's, like, another 100. But they're all going to be varying different levels of rarity. They're all going to be, like, varying difficulty levels of, like, finding them. It's going to take a lot of embarking in different maps and in different worlds to, like, see large numbers of them. If that is the goal of the player. Iron breast. Let's just wait a little bit. No, I can just make iron breastplates and iron helms. But cool. Yeah, I would like to, I don't know, see that if it exposes anything that has been previously unknown. Also, my chickens are all grown up. Hen. All but 2 or 3. 3 is fine. And then roost. Yeah, no, I'm good. I have no interest in embarking with them, but somebody in chat might. I mean, like, there's already the default setting where you can have some of them tamed per map, which I think is almost more interesting. A native platinum scepter. Okay, that's just going to go onto a pedestal and then up into here and then behind a wall is what I'll do. But if that's interesting to other people, I'm sure they can go look it up. Yeah, I don't know. Mods that are just like, you can embark with whatever creature you want have existed about as long as I've played Dwarf Fortress, and I don't think I've ever had interest in any of them. But that's mostly just me being a... Those are floorboards. I need vertical bars. That's more just like me being a weirdo who's not interested in fun. More so than anything. It's like the oldest mod in the book, I guess. Scepter. But I don't know, I think those rhino things are probably the coolest thing that I've encountered so far. Smiled-ons? Have they smiled on you yet? At least they're smiled-ons and not dunk-ons, you know? Hey, Pupper, get out of here. And if they were Zoomers, then they'd be stunt-ons. Okay, we're going to go up to here, and you're going to do that. Perfect. Come on. Deviled thanks for the first gift subs in a good while, actually. For taking advantage of that sale. Yeah, there was some gift subs 10 hours ago. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Or it's 6 hours ago, not 10 hours ago. So 1? Unless you mean like cougar and whatnot. I refuse, actually. Like, there's very few things in Dwarf Fortress that I straight up just refuse to do. One of the challenge styles that I do actually just straight up refuse to do are the everything available of a species style challenges, because I know how, like, borderline impossible they are. So I just refuse. It's such a funny name for a dinosaur. Lech King of Dead. So my holy plague is Abel, who got injured in the militia. In fact, has a massive scar on her head, but is now the holy plague. Guerra's Trust Dances. Jack, can I get a big round of beers for the 10-pack of gift subs, please? It's a human swordsman. Nah, go away. Also, hey, Letteran. Happy weekend. At least you're satisfied after the establishment of this temple. I think the Bronchiosaurus man might actually be the strongest thing in Dwarf Fortress now. Either that or the one that's semi-aquatic. Because they are like 5x the size of the previous biggest, like, adventurers. Might not need Goblinite at all. It's been a while since I've needed Goblinite, Lich King. Any female dwarf? Sure. I could give you this Holy Plague, but she's pissed. Ow. Sorry, ears hurting. Here, we'll give you this one. Lucio is a competent marksdwarf, was in the military, cracks easily under pressure, is slow to anger, tends to not reveal personal information, does not mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. She is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she's conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She is very humble, and she tends to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. Her voice trails off when she's thinking about something, and she laughs when in a unique way whenever she's annoyed. She taps her feet constantly when she's nervous, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care much about anything anymore. Dreams of craft or mastering a skill is put off by trade and commerce. And thank you, Croson Colossus, for the 10-pack of gift subs. You just added 30% to the gifted subs today. Thank you very much. It's a pretty long sale. It's like the whole week, I think. What do you mean semi-aquatic? Means they can breathe underwater. Or, like, aquatic and also land. There's one that can go underwater as well. I'm not sure which one it is. I'd need to go look at the KidFox Discord again. I saw the post about it, like, very late at night last night. She is small and fat and has a clear voice. Makes for a good preacher of the Holy Plague. But congrats. Hello, Irish Stupid. How are yous? Goblin Monster Slayer. That I'd let join. If it asks nicely. Okay, so with all that done, I can now go here and say, what do I have the most of? Blocks. Thanks for the
Letter and cheered.
$10. Why did that not pop up in my chat at all? I'm confused. Oh, it's because chat didn't auto-scroll for some reason. Thank you, Letteran. It's very kind of you. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for both the 10 packs and the bits? I need a furniture / finished goods stockpile. Why are you drinking from the well? I clearly fucked up somewhere. Need empty food storage item. Got it. Let's make 50 wooden barrels. Let's get to it. Charcoal. Let's also make ash. And we'll just make 50 and 100. It's gonna be a lot of wood. This down here can expand to down there. Ire Stupid, do not apologize for not giving me money. You are all good. Do not worry about it. Please save up and get a new computer. Like, that is borderline unobtainium at the minute. AK Vanguard, Tarn has been pretty blunt about the fact that the main reason that the underwater stuff or oceans haven't really gotten any development is because there's no way to actually access it, and it would be largely wasted development time to, like, do things with oceans if there's no way for the vast majority of players outside of, like, the craziest, like, power players to be able to even interact with it. And honestly, I think he's right. Like, I agree it would be cool if there was, like, mermaid cities or, like, Dwarven Atlantis or some shit, but, like, honestly, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think I'm just going to make this into a furniture stockpile. Doesn't matter the material, just furniture. Making rock blocks down here. Not enough rock blocks up there. This over here just needs to be a bigger stockpile. Use no wheelbarrows. Just go get boulders, please. I'm sure there's some around. And it's not even that. It's like there is a fraction of animal people, even now, that are capable of actually getting underwater deep enough to be able to interact with anything that's underwater. That's the first thing. The second thing is that, why is there an undead barn owl on the map? All right, well, there's something on the map that's capable of resurrecting a barn owl. That's kind of freaky. Anyway, so only a fraction of players would even be knowledgeable enough to know how to find it. You know, there's something that, like, I think Dwarf Fortress does really well, which is hiding content. Like, there's quite a bit of content in Dwarf Fortress that's so well hidden, most people will never see it. And, like, this kind of is in the same boat for me as, like... It's kind of in the same boat for me as the... Like, vaults, the underworld even, things like the catacombs and mazes underneath the cities. Like, I don't think expanding them right now makes much sense. I think, like... making in-between stuff that makes it more reasonable to find that stuff organically is more important. Let's see how this explore went. You overstocked your bin margin of 30? Oh, no. Did you do 300 or something? You got 2 undead freeloaders. I also had, like, a husk show up. A opposed to life person pretty early on, which was a little odd. Looted a bunch of stuff from down there. Looks like mostly books. I'm gonna send them down there again. Get the last of it. And I think I'm gonna send a different squad here to go explore that place. Bolt Urn. But we'll keep one squad here. And I'm also going to need a library. Which maybe I'll put over here. This is the same fort that I started yesterday, yeah. That's correct. Oh no, another thing's been missing from its proper place. Any sus? Saw that the object was missing. Basically, like, if you make an artifact, you just leave it somewhere. People are gonna steal it. Don't know if I want... I guess I have to. Just gonna make an office over here. It's gonna be my captain of the guard's office. Let's see if that gives us any leads. Then I will just go into here, do this, that, save all this. Also go up to here and do that. I don't know when you were here last or what you saw yesterday, but we got this guy today. Quinn Rayleigh. This was purchased from the elves. And if I go down to here, I caught these guys today in my cage traps. These are like prehistoric rhinos, which are not war trainable. Brought back... Oh, that's neat. My soldiers are bringing back rumors. Also, a group of human mercenaries have arrived. That's fun. I was hoping there would be rumors down here, but literally seeing nothing. So I don't know what tales you brought back, but I ain't seeing none. They're like crowbars. Yeah, I've definitely settled somewhere that like doesn't have any dinosaurs, but I am getting like other neat critters. Mostly agitated giant birds though, so yeah. We'll just interview some people. They do have access to that, so I should get to that pretty quick. Over here also needs a roof. There's blood everywhere over there. Fun. Down in here, I'm just going to throw in a, let's say, thing that I always forget where it is. Ashery. There it is. And a soap maker shop. Which I need another empty bucket. Got it. Because there's a hole in the bucket to your Liza. Need to chop down more willow trees to get more willow logs. Megaceratops are very cool. Yeah, no, I agree. I think that's been all my favorite stuff that I've seen so far is just the weird megafauna. Also, I need willow logs to do my thing. My god, that's a full-ass stockpile. Although, actually, I'm just realizing something. No, okay. I do have axes. Oh, there you go. Darius is off to go hack down trees. Okay, there's one of my explore jobs. You're a huge fan? Yeah, mammoths and woolly mammoths and woolly rhinos are like top 2 for me. Draugr in YouTube chat. So Boltern was a dwarven hall, so we're getting a bunch of dwarven history books from here, including the Unknown Funnel. It's probably a Shiwi. It's a very unknown funnel to that dwarf. Also, there's a Knight's Fist Grim One Pikeman. What in the fuck? And it's fighting with an agitated Kia person? I would too. Good lord. This dude's been in this tree for kind of a while. But now he's injured, so maybe he'll leave. Maybe not. Gross looking? I mean, I really like the procedural sprites for the necromancer creatures. That might actually be one of my favorite things. More rumors? Getting a lot more rumors than I've seen in the past. Throw that goat there, throw this goat there. Okay. I'm just going to go here. Codex. Okay. I know these are in here somewhere. It's just a matter of where. What the hell's happening? Kia people are one of my recruits fighting with them. Uh-oh. Go help. Otherwise, well, we're about to lose a dwarf, but go help. Rip. Chat, can I get a round of Fs for our poor dwarf that we need to pay respect for? And then we're going to hack these. Oh, wait. There's that one, too. Did you not see that one? Tisk. What a poor dwarf. What a poor dwarf. All right, chat, I gotta be direct with you guys. I'm falling apart. My brain is melting. It's been a long week. And we're gonna stream again tomorrow. I think the quality of what I'm doing in this fort has dropped a lot in the last 40 minutes. Considering I've done like 9-hour days since Monday, I think now's probably a good time to call it. I ain't going to sleep yet. It's too early. It's 4 p.m. But I am going to just wind my brain down for the day and chillax. And do some editing, maybe. I was actually planning on ending a little bit earlier, but then Von Galactic went and raided me, and I just had to keep streaming, I guess. But no, very, very kind of him to raid me. I do have to say, though, thank you, though, for those of you hanging out today. Please keep posting pictures and sharing the cool things that you find in your forts. Mark, thanks for the 5-pack. You didn't need to do that. Appreciate you, dude. I'll be on tomorrow. Hopefully after a good night's sleep. Fingers crossed. If you're on the YouTube side of things and you would like to come raid somebody, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I will see you tomorrow, normal time, for another stream around the release time of this awesome fort. Yeah. That's all. Not enough people streaming Dwarfs today. What the hell? Grumble. Okay, well. I have somebody to raid at the very least. All right, YouTube folks, we'll see you on the flip. Alrighty, Twitch chat, you guys ready to go yell at someone? May my brain be less cooked? I mean, it wasn't cooked this morning. It's all cooked now. After like 4 days, like I used to just stream 7 days a week, so I kind of like look at myself and I'm like, man, I suck at this now sometimes, because back in the day I used to just stream and just keep going. But then at the same time I would get crunky, groggy, upset, annoyed, and like yell a lot. So, you know, it's for the best that I don't stream as much now. When I start to feel that feeling, it's like, all right, it's time to call it. I'm going to grab the raid music.